got this beat in my head right now. I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, a big time, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない。理解不能のスピード100倍速い。地獄なんて哀れよね。ねえ聞いてよね。負けの準備でもしておきな。Come try me, get you down。悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれるサイニューレクチャー全力で追い越してよさドライビングモード始めよう 全な近道なんての完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわそげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる生命フェッチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう
Country song You and me going out tonight Let's turn the radio on You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long Let's lay some whiskey down We'll dance all night then get it on To another country song Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, catch a break from your love, oh yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah. You know I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know?
I
think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, woven pain, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Under lock, under key, and I'm doing time. Someone to save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems like I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? Wanna wake up in my bedroom
With you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay until you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったばかりね赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
my girls, like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like don't see, don't we ready to go? Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like don't see, don't we ready to go? Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. If we stick together, there's no stopping us, girl. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like don't see, don't we ready to go? Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like don't see, don't we ready to go? Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh, why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. No, 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 no. No lie, no, so what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. You know you're ready for something, but that something doesn't come easy. Getting ready to take that jump, but just understand and just hold that feeling. Nothing's gonna make you chase your dreams. Are gonna keep on slipping away. So get up and get that station. Never gonna start to fail. Don't you ever stop giving. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. No, no, no. Never gonna stop to fail, and don't you ever stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna
it's just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. I don't wanna fight tonight. I don't wanna fight tonight. We must survive. So true.
恭喜 Oh my God，
to
3比1的比分，在的过程。
Standing firm for your life. I take a breath. Heart is rising when there's nothing left. I'll keep on fighting. Now the time has come. Now the time has come. I will fight.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL. My name is Butch Bulls. I'm joined by Lyric. I'm back in the LPL once again. And you know what? We'd thought of this really cool intro segment where we were going to ask ChatGPT to predict our games for today. But ChatGPT told me that NIP is not an LPL team and is actually focusing on CSGO right now. So turns out AI not going to take my job anytime soon.
A little bit behind the times with that one, but maybe that's actually a good sign for an IP that ChatGPT doesn't know, I guess, who they are.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Let's take a look at yesterday's results as we kick things off today, because we've got some good games coming, but there have been plenty of games going on yesterday. LNG continuing to look insane. I mean, Scout especially absolutely popping off yesterday. AL versus W 2-1 to AL, and then Top Esports just about beating EDG, who EDG, it feels like they finally found their stride.
And it's great to see, right? Because when you look at EDG on paper, they're a team that should be competing towards that top of the table when you have people like Ala, people like Fof on your roster. And I feel like Mako stepping up and having one of his better splits, because Mako has been one of those players that it feels like can have some of those quieter splits.
Yeah.
And now seeing him once again kind of being one of the shining lights for EDG is huge.
Yeah, and you see EDG now in third place in those standings. Top Esports and LNG tied towards the top, and LNG having that slight game difference in their favor. But enough about the standings. There's plenty to talk about, plenty to figure out over the coming weeks. But let's first talk about the fact that week number 5, our best rookie was on that EDG squad. It's Leave stepping into this roster. And, I mean, you have to replace Viper. If anyone can do it, it's Leave. Leave has come in and made a storm in the LPL.
I think that's the most surprising thing, is the fact that Leave came in and right away has really looked like he belonged. He was one of these really hyped up rookies coming in, and yeah, again, for people who watched LDL, it sounded like, hey, this guy will be able to work into the LPL, but the fact that he's already helping lead EDG, who right now are sitting in third, tied with JDG at 5-2, is huge.
I mean, the fact that that damage per minute, 610, that is an insanely high statistic. Let's take a look at our best of the week, though. And it's very, I guess, two-sided. Where you got 2 top esports players, 3 LNG players. We've got 2 teams that are clearly dominating right now.
Yeah, I mean, especially top esports. 5 series win streak for them. Jackie Love's been having some really insane games. I mean, you can see those stats, right? Like first in GD at 15, being part of the early game kills, huge goal advantages. And Xingtian, I think, has been a bit of surprise. He has been, like, can completely take over games, can also give away games. But this, what it's mostly been about, the takeovers. Thinking of like the Darius game and the Darius clip, it really just stands out in my mind.
I mean, I feel like at this point, he's starting to earn his gold card. He's there purple, everyone else is gold. Xingtian, he's trying to upgrade himself across the course of the split. But let's focus on that man in the mid lane right there. Scout is going to be your player of the week for week number 5. He's on a mission. Like, lost at Worlds to Zeka, and ever since, he is here to play.
And having Tarzan to work with, I feel like him and Tarzan have been working really well. Better than what we saw from LNG's mid-jungle synergy last year, which is kind of interesting when you think about that it was Doinby, and you think about him for that mid-jungle, but Scout really coming into his own, working with Tarzan. We saw Hung as well up in that best of the week. So coming out with a 2-0 this week, it was against some of the lower tier teams, WE and FPX, but the dominant way they were able to do it, still impressive nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. Scout having an absurd split so far. Let's take a look at what's coming up today, though, as we start week number 6, which sounds insane to say, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We're week 6 already. NIP versus TT to kick us off, which I feel like coming into this split, I would definitely favor NIP on paper, but right now, TT look like a heavy favorite in that one, then LGD versus RNG.
And even for that second one, I mean, LGD have finally picked up their first win. They actually did it against NIP, so it's something we'll be talking a little bit about. And RNG, I feel like they have shown better performances. Like, their last 2 series were both wins. But I still feel like even that one's not an easy one to predict either way.
No, not at all. And I mean, let's talk about that first series, right? Where we've got NIP on one side, we've got TT on the other. And it's like, coming into the split, and this NIP roster, there's a lot of talent there. There's a lot of veterancy there as well, with players like Shao and Bao on the roster. And they started off going well, and their schedule had been really, really tough. They played against a lot of the top teams. But then when they played against LGD and got 2-0'd by LGD, another team towards the bottom of the standings, that's when you've really got to question, like, is this team actually going to come together? Are they going to build that synergy, or is this a failed experiment?
Yeah, and it is a bit of a weird one, right? Because everyone will always look at this roster and think specifically back to last year, the weeks when Rookie wasn't there, and, like, Karsa was subbed out. So you already had Xiaolong Bao in, and they came in already. It's like, okay, they lost PP, got outside as one different piece. And then Dream not faring well in his first couple matches, so they brought in Pout, and he's had some good performances, but still, like, this roster, even though there's players who've been around for a couple of years, is still relatively young, right? I mean, Invincible's kind of finally getting his time to shine as a starter. Pout coming in, Xiaolong Bao had always been in and out of, like, RNG, a V5 last year, so it is a bit disappointing, but I will say it's not completely, like, out of the realm of possibility that this team's coming off to a slow spring split.
Yeah, absolutely. And, they have a whole year ahead of them. But matches like this, I feel, are quite important. Because if you're NIP right now, the goal is no longer finish in first place, right? The goal is hit middle of the table. Well, TT, they are smack bang in the middle right now. So winning this matchup could be crucial when it comes to playoffs in a few weeks' time. But for the side of TT, I think actually quite an impressive split so far. Like, the fact that they're 4-3 in the standings right now. When you think of TT previously, it's been thinking about 16th, 17th place. So this roster, changing things up this year, looking pretty good so far.
TT have both, like, over and under delivered to my expectations. Because, again, like, you think back to 2022 summer, And they were starting to be on a roll towards that end of the split, and they almost made it to the playoffs, just barely missing out.
Yeah.
Coming in, it was a slower start, but still, like you said, it's like historical results haven't really been there for TT. And this team is so weird. They just 2-0'd Weibo the other day, and then they come back and they get 2-0'd by OMG. To be fair to that OMG series, those were very close games, both of them. TT put them to the test, but still, TT, one of these teams that I feel like have shown a pretty high ceiling, especially with UCal in the mid lane, but also shown they can be exploited.
Speaking of UCal, he's here and ready to play. Loving that. Yeah, could be a testament to OMG as well. Like, they did take a game off LNG, so maybe that's a team that will be climbing the standings later. As Yao Yao going to step out onto the stage as well. And I'm excited to see what Thunder Talk can bring to the table today. I feel like this is a matchup where, you know, I'm leaning the way of Thunder Talk. When I'm looking at this matchup, when I'm trying to think about who's going to be the favorite, Thunder Talk definitely seem like the more consistent squad.
And even their wins have been very impressive. It's not, you know, even though, like we just said, their losses have been pretty close in terms of how the games have played out. When they win, TT are pretty dominant. UCal just able to take over the map. The way him, Beichuan, and Yao Yao work together, I think is incredibly impressive. To where, you know, coming back to the side of NIP, we were hitting on how Dream not really having the best few games. He initially got subbed out. Pout has been playing their last few series. But looks like today, bringing him back in against UCal. And when UCal really has been the star of this TT roster, Dream's going to be he's going to have to deliver on those same performances that he showed us last year in summer.
Yeah, love that little jog around from Dream there. He's like, I got to get to my PC. I got to get ready. And I want to talk about what happened last year, right? Because he subbed in for Rookie. And remember, he was popping off. He had some insane series last year when Rookie was on the squad, when he was subbing in for that couple of weeks. But this year, not really felt the same. Like you said, Pat has been playing. Now he's got an opportunity to kind of show us why he was so hyped up, why we were all so excited about seeing him as a mainstay on a roster.
I do feel like even though his performances were great, he still was a bit more of a supportive element rather than like him being set up to be a carry. I remember two games in specific where it's like he played a Galio game. Again, it was all about enabling. Had some great ults, had some great knockups setting up for the team. Also, the Alessandra game very much in the same vein. So you would hope he can at least deliver in that sort of realm where even if he isn't being the big carry, you still have Photic down there in the bot lane. And Photic is someone who has just improved so much since his days on starting out on TES in 2020 when he was a rookie, and then, you know, got replaced by Jackie Love, which is understandable. It was Jackie Love. And then, you know, again, went back down to LDL, comes back up, rejoins the LPL, and really has been someone that NIP have been able to rely on as the guy who can get them wins.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see UCal there on the screen as well. I think another mid laner that it's kind of like the expectations comparatively to last year have changed dramatically. Similarly to Dream on the other side, but kind of reverse where UCal had a really tough year last year, but this year he has been having some insane games for himself. I'm excited to watch UCal now. I feel like he's one of the mid laners that really is willing to try and make some plays, try and make things happen individually.
It's just crazy to wonder whatever happened behind the scenes because you almost never see such a change mid-split, right? Because beginning of summer split, I remember going into all the LPL caster meetings, and it's like you, Ox, Dagda, whoever, pointing out all these plays by UCal, what is he doing? And then, I mean, just halfway through the split, he was the one taking over games. But I guess even to that playmaking point, I mean, even early on in the split, he was trying to make plays. They just weren't exactly working out.
He was definitely making plays, that was for sure. Yeah. Well, enough about UCal last year. I don't want to go over the top on it. But yeah, me and Orcs had a lot of fun talking about UCal, that's for sure. I mean, we did it on cast a few times. We maybe went a little overboard, to be honest. But we'll see how he's going to do today. And I feel like, again, this is one of those matchups, a lot about middle of the table, a lot about fairly new players on both sides. We've got a couple of veterans there on either side. You know, Juan Funk literally going to World Finals. That's a reasonable amount of experience. But there's a lot of, like you say, kind of newbie vibes on the side where you really do have a lot of room for error.
It's people who have been in the LPL, been around the LPL for a few years, but haven't had full-time starting spots, haven't again, a lot of them haven't been able to reach those heights of even like a top placement in playoffs. Hell, even making playoffs, right? Sure, we have people, I guess, even like Joie on the side of NIP, where it's, you were able to make those runs with top esports, but very much even feeling a bit like a passenger, just with the amount of talent you had surrounding you.
Yeah.
And a roster like this is really your time to show your stuff.
I feel like as well, like being a support on top esports, it's going to be difficult to shine alongside Jackie because even if you're playing really well, a lot of the time a player like Jackie is going to still get the credit. Is still going to be so explosive that it's difficult to shine in comparison. But we're already into draft anyway. It's going to be the Elise as a first lock in here for Shalom Bat.
Yeah, huge. So wanting to go towards the early game pressure. He's only even gotten his hands on it once this split. Wasn't a win, but going to try and make do it this time around. For TT, though, I think really smart rotation coming through. We know the Vars is going to be what comes on in when things like the Zeri are off the table. Lucian Nami, theoretically, is still open if the side of NIP want to go towards that and try to have some semblance of bot lane pressure themselves.
Yeah, while the bot lane drafts come on through, I just want to quickly mention that Cassiopeia ban as well, because I feel like a lot of people will be watching going, wait, why is Cassiopeia banned? UCal's played it twice, 100% win rate, 26 KDA. That man is a monster, Cassiopeia. It's not even necessarily a historic UCal pick, but this split has picked it up, and this split is looking good.
And it shuts down things like the Akali, like the Silas, these like melee champions that also have movement abilities with that W. So, yeah, respect put to UCal. And aren't going to go towards the Lucianami, surprisingly, for NIP. They just want to be able to match that bot lane push, so we do get the Jhin Heimerdinger come out. We've pretty much seen the Heimerdinger Ashe trade be the most standard thing here in our last few matches. And looking at how the first rotation's panned out so far, right, definitely feeling like NIP leaning into more early game pressure with the Elise, with the Jhin, going to be there for more bursts, where TT, I mean, most Varus builds these days are more early game oriented, right? Like we have on hit, we have lethality coming through, but at least having the Sejuani is going to give them that dedicated front line as the game goes on.
That's a massive yawn from Yao Yao. He's now awake and ready to hit the rift. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And Photo Control have been leaning towards this Heimerdinger Jhin. I remember at the start of the split, it was like Zeri every game. Zeri 100% sign. Obviously, it's banned here, but this does seem to be like now the favorite duo for the side of NIP. As we get towards the bans, though, solo laners being targeted out here with the Renekton taken away from Invincible. But I feel like Invincible's pool has been exceptionally wide across the course of the split. He's been playing a ton of different stuff.
Yeah, he's someone who, back when he was in the LDL, was always willing to do stuff like this. Very carry-oriented top laner who's willing to bring out anything. Surprisingly, most played champion this split has been that Gangplank. But just shows he has many different, I think, looks to him. I'm more interested to see where TT goes on this fourth pick. I feel like usually you'd be looking at something that could be a flex, so like a Renekton or a Jace, but with TT banning out things like the Renekton themselves, doesn't seem like that's what they want to go with. They do still need AP in their comp, so even if it's something, whether like a Silas or an Akali coming on through, that's something that I wouldn't be too surprised to go. Or, I guess, blind pick tops that are left open. I mean, honestly, there really aren't too many that come to mind, especially with things like Cassante, things like Jax already being off the table.
Yeah. Renekton too. I mean, I guess Jace, but it can be tough.
Well, I feel like the good thing about Jace is at least he's a flex, right? We've been seeing a lot more Jace in the mid lane these days, but then you're just questioning of where's TT going to get, their ability power coming from. So it might actually just set up for the Scion to come through, and it does. Hoya really has been one of those, again, quote-unquote, weak side top laners. You don't put resources into him in top side. You're playing a lot through mid-jungle support on the side of TT.
So that's Scion, kind of the king of weak side top, right, where you can just clear out those waves. You can survive almost anything. And even if they dive you, you might even get a bonus kill back. But Invincible toying with some playmakers up towards the top side. I'd love to see the Fiora specifically, but it is going to be that Aurelia locked in, which I believe is his first game of the split on Aurelia.
Yeah, you have that dash to try to avoid, again, things like the knockup able to come through and able to look consistently for those all-ins. You stacking up those passives, you will be able to win the elongated trades against Scion on the opposite side. And then the Silas to come on through as well. So very brawly, very skirmish-heavy composition coming out for NIP. And now for TT, not going to have much synergy with the Sejuani unless they go with the Akali. I thought maybe Ryze was going to be where they were headed, but this, I think, makes a lot more sense for their composition. You now have some dive threat on the back line, so Photic and Jwa aren't going to have as safe of a time, and you already have like a nice backline setup where it's like, okay, cool, Hoya and Beitron playing frontline, Huanfeng and Yao Yao sitting in back behind their tanks, Yukao putting up all this pressure, coming from flanks, coming from different angles. That NIP are going to need to mark and be very careful about.
Yeah, absolutely. Yukao could be a nightmare for this NIP squad if he can play it correctly. So far, he's been incredibly flexible for TT. This will be his second Akali game. 10 total champions played so far this split. We're only just beginning week number 6. But let's talk holistically here, because we've got 2 bottom lanes with a lot of range. We've got these junglers that are going to have to be proactive, right? And you'd expect most of it to be focused away from the Scion, but with an Aurelia in the top side, there's an argument to be made for ganking in that top lane as well.
Yeah, I think especially setting him up early, right? Finding ganks topside before the Scion starts stacking up armor and gets to a point where it's going to be really hard to invest resources and find those quick ganks. You could just leave Aurelia to win that 1v1. So maybe invest in top early on, and then we could see some more jungle pressure put down towards mid, towards bot for Dream and Photic.
See, Xiaolongbao certainly has the early game jungler to make it happen on that Elise. We'll see if he can make some influence towards Invincible there. But Beitron, in the meantime, 2 melee solo laners and a lot of pressure coming out from that bottom side as well. Like Varus Ashe, very good at getting priority, very good at pushing that wave out to try and control the rest of the map.
I feel like for TT, it's just going to be a lot more about making sure that NIP can't get their early game plans off, can't find these advantages. Because if you go into the mid game stable, I mean, you have a better front line. Like, if you can keep the members of NIP in front of you, you're going to be able to win out on these fights. You have solid scaling coming through where you kind of question the amount of damage that'll be able to come through if Invincible can't get ahead. So TT, it's about a stable game. It's about making sure Invincible can't snowball, and then they should feel very confident going into mid game, going into if it even goes to a late game point.
Yeah. And we have the standard against Heimerdinger. Just send everyone into the bottom lane. Just pile through those brushes and make sure that Drow cannot get those turrets set up in advance of the laning phase. And so far, it'll be a quiet level 1. That said, though, Dream's moving over. Perhaps Yao Yao could be caught out here. Volley should keep him safe. Walks away from the play.
So they will be completely fine. And looking at where we're going to start an early game, right? Already having some wards come out on both sides. So both teams getting a ward on the enemy Raptor camp. NIP's a little bit better considering it is in that brush. So if Beitron does traverse through that, they will just have solid information on him overall.
Huanfeng actually cancelled an auto attack there. He had the Hail of Blades, could have got that ward down, but just misclicked ever so slightly. But Drow taking a huge trade early on in this lane. Not ideal for NIP. As against double AD carry as well, there's going to be a lot of harass coming on through.
Huanfeng even going with the TP himself, so having a lot of confidence that they should be able to get through that laning phase just fine, and it will be a farm fest. It's going to be more about being able to maintain that pressure with that teleport. And then later on, I mean, triple TP just always opens you up to so much potential like map play and punishing the enemy. You know, 2 people shown at side lane when, you know, top, if Dragon's up, then, oh, suddenly you have these TPs. If you find a kill, you can still match people with members. So I'm very interested to see how TT are able to utilize these to find a macro advantage over NIP.
Yeah, that vision going to be so oppressive as Xiaolongbao spotted on that original ward. Another ward put in the bottom river. Like, Xiaolongbao, everything he does is known about right now. As Beitron pathing towards the bottom side, but Photic could be in trouble. Slowed. The cleanse going to come out early on as drawn out the target instead. A good route from Photic to protect his support.
Double summoners coming out from the side of NIP. Sure, Yao Yao using his heal as well, but even using that aggressively to try to run the enemy down. Xiaolongbao gonna be spotted.
I mean, he sweeps the wards. He finally is off of vision, and then an Ash Hawk shot flies over his head as well. He just can't catch a break as Beitron wants to go for his blue buff. Xiaolongbao feels like he wants to go for something there, but Beitron, ignoring the camps, wants to go to this bottom side. Both flashes available. Ooh. I think he was spotted there.
And look at the mini-map. We see Xiaolongbao trying to find something mid. Pinks are coming out, but it just seems like no confidence in finding it because Yukao paying respect considering they just saw Xiaolongbao in that bot side jungle. So it's both teams trying to aggressively angle for action. For the side of TT, honestly, a lot of it just coming from the fact that their bot lane has naturally found an advantage in that 2v2.
Yeah.
So good start for them, and Invincible sadly not off to the start he'd like. Hoya even zoning him away from the wave and just keeping it right in front of his turret. Invincible maybe going to try and find the reset here to be able to come back to lane stronger with more HP for these trades.
Beitron moving into the mid lane here, and Yao Yao alongside him, but looks like they'll decide better of the play, headed towards the Gromp instead. I love how proactive both junglers are trying to be in this game, but it doesn't feel like either is quite able to make anything stick. Oh no, root in the bottom side, both in control. Big damage onto Wonfong, but they won't commit to the all-in.
Don't commit with Yao Yao breaking the ward. And right, they're not exactly sure of if Beitron to be there waiting in the wings. So I think overall nice heads-up play, even if from our point of view, you know, could they have been more aggressive? Probably, but not going to even go for the risk in the end. So first 4 or 5 minutes of the game, being pretty stable so far for both sides. Again, NIP are the ones who I think want to invite a little bit more, not instability, but
yeah,
you know, want to find that action, especially trying to get Invincible ahead, because we can already see that Hoya is doing a fine time up in this top side. And as the game goes on, right, he will eventually just naturally win out in that side lane. But we're still at a point where you have a Sejuani with a melee champion top. Once Beitron's level 6 comes online, that should be a free gank. And he isn't even waiting for that. He's going to come and try to find this opportunity now.
Or at least clear the vision. He will be stunned onto Invincible here, but they won't be able to find the follow-up stun. As the ward was spotted, Beitron didn't actually clear it out, but it shouldn't be too long until it's gone anyway. Xiaolong Bao wants to go for a bit of counter jungling, but the Gromp isn't there. But perhaps instead of counter jungling, you are playing Elise. Why not go for a dive in the bottom lane?
We got to see if TT have the ability to thin this wave out to make sure it doesn't come through, but Joa doing a nice job of trying to zone them out so they can't even get close to thinking about that wave.
There we go, Xiaolong Bao spotted on the ward as the dive begins. Cocoon, dodge, volley onto two, but look at that damage. Onto the Ashe, Yao Yao trying to survive the flash too late, and the repel will save Xiaolong Bao from the dive. Can Wonfong finish it? There it is with the hail of arrows.
And now Wonfong's going to have the blue buff, so he's going to be able to continuously spam out those arrows and continue trying to put punishment on NIP. Kudos to NIP for getting that first kill, but sadly, I mean, we see the Cocoon misses. It's a little bit disoriented with how the fight happens, and it ends up equalizing for the side of DT.
Oh no, Invincible stood back on top of it and just gets destroyed. That was such a misplay. He was out. He dodged it.
He dodged. You said it right. First early game of the split so far, and it's not going Invincible's way with the mistakes coming on through.
I mean, clearly he's not. That guy's invincible. He ain't invincible, that's for sure. Xiaolong Bao trying to go for a steal here. Might get a kill instead as Beitron flashes over the wall. Wonfong here to try and protect. Repel over. Xiaolong Bao desperate for it. Will get another kill, but again trades his life for it.
Brings me back to his time on RNG back in 2020, where he had a lot of impressive plays, and that was when Xiaolong Bao was coming fresh into the LPL, but had those over-aggressive tendencies, which would lead him to get punished a lot of times. So we're going to go back up to this top side. Finds the stun.
We're going to watch this in slow-mo, aren't we? Poor Invincible.
Takes damage from the shield coming out, and like you said, gets right out from him. And I mean, to be fair to him, right, the hitbox was a little bit. I could see how in his mind he would think he wasn't in that, but yeah, that was just unfortunate.
I mean, he was dashing to a minion that was in the hitbox.
Yeah.
I don't know what he expected. That was unfortunate for Invincible there. Perhaps, I don't know, wanting the lifesteal, not thinking Oya was going to hit 6. I don't know. Either way, nightmare. Because we talked earlier about getting this Aurelia ahead in the top side. Well, Hoya now has armor. Hoya is a 1-0 Scion, and he is only going to get harder to kill.
Especially once we look at how just the game overall is playing out, right? TT almost at a 1K gold lead. They've definitely been the team in my mind that have felt more in control so far. And for NIP's composition, I feel like you kind of want to be ahead so you can aggressively push those sides to get the flanks to get on the back line. Because if TT control any area first, and a Scion and a Sejuani can just stand in front of your Irelia, your Sylas, I mean, TT will just be able to put out more damage than they're given.
And it kind of brings up the conversation that is, it's a big conversation in the LPL of ease of execution, right? When you talk about how the CT composition functions, like you've got the big front line, you can kind of just stand there and go for the battle of attrition. For the side of NIP, like you say, they've got to try and do more. I mean, these trades aren't getting any easier for Invincible on the top side. This Dream could be in trouble. There's a stun followed up by the rest of the squad. Yao Yao not 6 though. It means Dream will walk away.
manages to at least force Stream back. It looks like NIP still wanting to find a similar pressure top so they can go for this Herald, but I don't think they're going to be able to find it. TT doing a nice job, and now with Shellenbow spotted.
UCal actually going in onto him here. Draw over the wall as Shellenbow getting ulted by UCal, but he's gone way too deep. And in the meantime, Invincible caught on the top side of the play. He thought that the rest of the team was going to go in, but they were chased away by UCal.
Thinks the rest of the team are going to go in, but even being in Irelia against a team that has so much like CC, like not only being tanks, right? Sejuani CC, the knockup coming out from Sion, the slow coming out once he pops that shield. You have an Ashe who's throwing out these volleys. Yeah. It just seems like hell for an Irelia to be able to get in there. And TT have just been doing such a great job of punishing this. You hit on it, Munch. Coming in, TT definitely the favorite. I mean, they've just had better showings in their games. They have a better series score coming through, but it's really showing here through this gameplay. As we see, I don't really know what Shellenbow is hoping to achieve. Even if he hits that cocoon, like Heimerdinger's still far away, Silas isn't that close, and then Invincible wanting to wrap around. It's just, honestly, not only very questionable execution, but even what they were looking for, I'm not quite sure what they were seeing.
It doesn't feel like they're on the same page. And like, again, it goes back to the conversation we had before of, you know, NIP had a really, really tough schedule to start the split. It feels like they've played almost every top team in the LPL right now. But then last week they played against LGD. They got 2-0'd by LGD. And like, I don't want to flame LGD or anything, but that lowers your expectation of what this team can achieve. And here today, it does still feel very, like you say, disjointed. It doesn't feel like they're on the same page or even necessarily know what the game plan is going to be moving forwards.
Yeah, and even if they're on the same page in a way, like, okay, both Shellenbow and Invincible wanted to fight. It's just where they're both at and how they see this fight playing out. It doesn't seem like the other members were on that page whatsoever. Now for the side of TT, who we said their early game, honestly, could have even just been making sure NIP aren't able to execute their plans of like getting this early ahead or finding these ganks with this Elise. Yeah. They've gone above and beyond. They're finding their own ganks. They're finding their own advantages. I think just 2 minutes ago I said, you know, we're at about a 1K gold lead. We've almost even doubled that just from that previous skirmish.
And on top of that, worth mentioning that, you know, Baytron got that Herald. They got the first Drake, so both neutral objectives so far. And the only player that doesn't have a kill so far is UCal, but he's got a 30 CS lead, so, you know, I'd say he's doing okay.
Dream coming back in for this matchup to try to neutralize UCal in that mid lane, but UCal really has been one of, if not the standout player on this TT squad. As Hoya is on Sion.
Yeah. Watching an Aurelia try and kill a Sion that's already got his mythic at 11 minutes is just amusing. It was like 3 autos to be able to just break the shield alone. As Baytron starting this dragon off, Shellenbow and Duo look like they want to contest, but I'm not really sure this is a fight NIP can take.
No, it seems like, though, feeling very pressured with the state of the game and how it's pacing out. Aren't going to be able to fight anything in the end, so they are just going to need to back off. And now looking at what options NIP even have. You're pushed in bots, you aren't going to be able to find a gank there. Mid's already going a little bit awry, and ganking Akali's quite hard. I guess theoretically you can still try to set up Invincible for success, but with Hoya already having that Radiant Virtue, I feel like a lot of these windows have already closed.
Yeah. I mean, look, during the early game, as ChatGPT said to us, NIP have been focusing on their CSGO team, so perhaps that's one of the issues that they're running into in this one. Blue buff taken there by UCal. Is NIP grouping up? Drake isn't there. Photic's on the Scuttle Crab. They won't be able to find anything really because UCal just going to make his way back over towards that mid lane. It does feel like a slow game from TT, but honestly, when you look at the two compositions, like, why would you not play slow? Why would you not just want this to go a little bit later on when your Sion and your Sejuani are completely invincible? You've got your DPS coming out from your Varus, you've got your Akali to dive the backline, and now perhaps you've got an invade for yourself because yeah, getting some deep vision here.
This has been the area where TT's impressed me the most. Is Photic!
Oh, stunned up. There's a cleanse, but it's followed by an arrow. And Juanfog just try to push this wave as fast as possible so they can actually get the dive as reinforcements are coming for NIP right now. And TT...
But look at UCal.
Oh, UCal over the wall. Joel taking a bit of a chunk. TT aren't so far ahead that they can just brute force at this point. UCal in a 1v1 with Dream right here, and I feel like he's winning it for the time being. Dream taking away that Akali ult, but stunned by the permafrost, forced to flash away. The volley from Yao Yao just stopping any kind of re-engage.
At the end of the day, TT blow 2 summoners, cleanse down on Photic, and we have no flash on Dream. So still, play goes their way. It seems like when they went bot, maybe not expecting Jin to just be right there and having to engage right away. As we saw Huanfeng not having time to even get that wave in. But it's these small wins that I feel like TT have been accruing and giving them such a commanding control of this game so far.
No, absolutely. And it's so good to see TT being a team that like clearly are well prepped, have a game plan coming in, like look like a good team. It's exciting because, you know, TT came in this new organization in the LPL and had a pretty underwhelming start to their LPL careers. And like you say, last year we saw a glimmer of something good. They almost made it to playoffs. This time around, 4-3 right now, and looking good at game number 1 of this series. We could see the year where TT finally do make it into playoffs.
And that would be great to me. You know, last year we had the Kelsey Moser TT hype train. I don't know who's on the TT hype train this year, but for all those people who stood through, who've waited, potentially your time. I'm not going to get ahead of myself. I really like this TT squad, so I kind of hope they make it, but
I have a weird, like, obviously, I'm a huge Huanfeng fan. I think anyone who's been following LPL for long enough knows how much I love that suiting roster. But I have a weird love for UCal now as well. Like, just the sheer development of this player has been so insane that it's exciting to watch as the stuns come on through. Charlotte Bao forced to flash. The heal comes out from Droll as well, but that's enough to buy a Herald.
And it's these looks that I really don't understand from NIP. They clearly don't want to give away Herald for free, but like throwing Cocoon onto Beitron, chunking him out a little bit. He's a Sejuani. He can pretty much just ignore all that damage coming through. And now NIP going to come look for the opportunity to fight. No flash on mid, no flash on jungle.
Oh my god.
Deletes him.
See you later, Charlotte Bao. Herald taken as well as Invincible. The next target, the knockup's going to come on through. There's no way he's surviving that one as UCal's diving the backside on his own. Lands the shuriken and Draw is gone. Photic suddenly left alone in this place. He's going to try and chase for UCal. Wants the kill. Curtain call. Gets one for himself. Photic at least answers as Hoya is a little wide on his charge. And Photic's just chilling. He's just hitting Hoya. Hoya who's completely out of mana, and Dream actually arriving on the play. There's a tower in the way, so Hoya doesn't have a way out. He is damn tanky, and another Ash Arrow gonna come through, and this is classic Jin. You just can't kill tanks, it's impossible.
I gotta say though, props to Hoya for trying to be the ultimate bro of just going over that wall and trying to make sure that UCal didn't go down. Obviously didn't work out. Photic is able to find it, but you're hitting on it. Not able to take down that Scion, especially with how easy of a time he's had so far in this game. Photic even using everything to do so. Went for the Gale Force, opened up the curtain call, but isn't able to find anything. And now we'll see NIP actually at this Drake first, but some members still making their way from base. From here, TT are coming as a cohesive unit. This Dragon would put them on soul points. And it just feels like right now, again, I don't know how NIP can match them in the team fights. Unique challenge about to find a Cocoon on one of the squishy bot lane members and them to just be bursted out, giving numbers advantage.
Yeah, we need to see something explosive from NIP. They need to find that opportunity. Perhaps Huanfeng could be the target, but he's going to go all the way around to make sure that, like you said before, he can just sit behind Hoya and Beitron. Herald comes down at the bottom side as well, so that TT have priority in that lane and can threaten more off the back of this Drake. If they can go towards that bottom side. 5v5 here is UCal looking for the flank. Stuns come on through. They're looking for the final to Dream here, but into the backline goes Invincible. There's UCal on the backside as well alongside Hoya. Invincible manages to dash out to safety for the time being. The knockup goes wide. Nobody dying yet in this fight. Somehow this Huanfeng goes wide on his arrow and everybody walks away with their lives.
I can't believe Invincible lived in that one. Even Photic being on such low HP did have to use his flash. I feel like TT are still at an advantage because we have people like Huanfeng who do have those summoners up.
Yeah, and Varus loves shooting at low health targets, has the execute on his Blighted Quiver. the Dragon's still going. This is the longest Dragon fight I've seen in a little while, especially for third Drake of the game. The Herald doing a bit of damage to that tower. Invincible going to have to go over just to deal with that situation. And that should be the window for TT. So great macro there using that Herald to buy themselves this Dragon.
Right, and it still might not be about these flashy, huge teamfight wins, but it's about the small things. You got summoner spells off the enemy AD carry. They outright took bot lane outer turret. They got a charge off on inner turret as well. So really, it's all about these small wins that DT are continuously stacking up. We see them go for the engage here, but the big thing to me is Invincible jumps in. They try to turn on him, but Huanfeng just not able to follow up with the damage, and it's that dash in the end that gets Invincible out scot-free. UCal does a great job of jumping in onto Photic as well, but he manages to flash over the wall. And just these small little, I guess, details in the team fight, right? I mean, Invincible, I feel like very lucky that he was able to escape there, because Huanfeng had just hit him with all of his abilities. Had anything else come out, maybe even like a volley hit from Yao Yao, he would have just gone down.
And it does lean into, my voice just cracking there. It does lean into one of the weaknesses of the lethality virus, right? If they are running away, it's very difficult to chase people down. Like, you have no mobility aside from a Ghost Blade, which often doesn't feel like enough to follow one of the champions that's come out in the last few years that have 1 billion dashes. But NIP, despite surviving the fight, are still falling further behind. 4,000 gold lead, and now Soul Point for TT. It's starting to get to the point in the game, Lyric, where we have to... Oh, the flash from Invincible to stop Hoya trying to escape here. The healing there from the Righteous Glory. And an arrow comes through as well. And now the follow-up with the knock-up. Huanfeng is here. Everything going so wrong on this play.
And they just feel pressured, right? They know they're behind. They know TTF3 Dragon. Sure, they might not know the exact amount of gold, but they can feel it in-game that the pressure is on. So Invincible trying to be the man to step up and use the fact that he is on the Irelia now at a point where it looks like he can just try to whittle down that sign and win that 1v1 to make something happen. But sadly, again, just a bit too over-aggressive. TT able to punish.
Ooh, flash for flash. Joel dodging away from Baytron's ult, trying to set up for UCal there. But I love the TT. Like you said before, working as a squad. Oh, Hoya's in trouble in the bottom side. The whole team's moving in to make sure he's okay. Yao Yao and Baytron fighting for control, while Hoya crashing the wave in the bottom side, finishing off the tower that the Herald softened up earlier.
Honestly, watching this TT squad, one of the reasons I enjoy them so much is what we've been seeing over the course of this game, but even on our screens just for the past minute, is that I feel like Yao Yao and Baytron have one of the best support jungle synergies, you know, constantly working together, getting vision together, looking for picks together, and it just really feels like they have that on lock. And that is always going to be one of the most important things in competitive League of Legends.
And, you know, talking about this team, like, being a team, playing supportively, like, working together, I mean, Hoya has a redemption. Like, usually you just see, like, full tank on Sion. It's not often that you see such a supportive item on the champion.
No, yeah, just quite interesting. NIP just are very burst heavy. Going to have that active to enable his other carries. I guess you also do have double frontline as well, so not needing to be this huge, massive force. He's already ahead. Yeah, I guess he's a full item ahead up over Invincible, or at least half an item up. So you're at a point where we've seen numerous times, right? At least in short bursty fights, NIP really aren't able to get too much onto him. It really needs to be them running him down and him down individually for them to be able to find that. So, but look, he's playing quite respectfully to not allow Invincible to find those 1v1s like he was able to before.
Yeah, I think TT just acknowledging that, look, if we don't get caught out individually, we kind of can't lose this game. If it's just down to these 5v5s, it's looking pretty good for them. Baytron trying to defend this tower in the mid lane. The AD carries there as well. Curveball going to come through onto Baytron. He's stunned up, because Yao Yao will be able to tank a couple of shots to protect his jungler there. But in the meantime, UCal pushing in the top side. Like, everything is pretty peachy for TT. But I think NIP should be able to at least force this tower.
Double TP munch. We talked about it, how this can enable you, like, prevent deficiencies that come out on the map and outplay opponents. So TT aren't going to lose anything. UCal will manage to get that turret in top side. Now going to be able to go for that reset, and we're going to see what he's able to get. His Dragon's coming up 20 seconds. That will be Soul if TT can pick it up.
TP comes out from UCal as TT desperately want to force the issue here. Yao Yao low on HP, but not the end of the world because he can play very far back in the fights. Arrow goes in, Baytron on the front line. It's Dream going to be targeted for the time being. A great knock-up on the backside from Hoya in the middle of everyone. A highlight for TT as Yukal dives in for more. Dream chased down, slowed by the flail. The Swampong desperate to get those autos in. A good little sidestep, and the Permafrost should fly out to finish the job on cooldown, but Baytron gets the kill. TT, they look magnificent today.
TT are just absolutely decimating NIP, and they are not done. Gonna try and find Photic now. You guys might want to chill out, cool down a little bit. You're getting Soul as we speak, and now it's huge, right? They're going to have Mountain Soul. Like, Hoya's going to be even harder to take down. NIP's composition as a whole.
Oh, no, the Shuriken landed. Photic played it so well under the tower, but goes a little too greedy.
It just feels like they're playing with their food at this point.
Yeah.
With the kinds of plays that they're looking for.
Feels like that food is playing with them somehow. Photic, I don't know why you thought you could see me want that.
Yeah, I mean, kind of been same with Invincible. Not to kick someone while they're down 0-5-0, right? Haven't had the best performance, but numerous times kind of walking in when fights have already been lost. It's already been a dire position. But here, my God, Hoya, what a hero. Baytron's the one to find the engage, and they're able to run Dream down. But look at that little pocket. It's actually, Stopwatch kind of ruins it for his whole team. I guess he hadn't been in that position originally, so that's the angle Hoya was looking for regardless. But a lot of that coming down to the fact that these flashes have already been taken. So no one able to dodge it on that Sayonara, and then Hoya and Yukal doing the dirty work. You know, the other guys out at their nice dinner, these guys, the capos, Munch, out there making sure that the business is running smooth, if you know what I mean.
Yukal and Hoya running the family business, keeping everyone in the money, if you will. I think Hoya probably intended to tag that tower. Didn't quite work out for them, but Photic, let's just say he was in the wrong neighborhood, okay?
He was, you know, it might have been his own neighborhood, but he didn't realize that his family, we'll say laundromat, have been, you know, paying the family for quite some time now.
Hoya, he's the big bruiser of the gang, you know, stepping up, happy to be the muscle in these situations as he just tanks everything. Yukal on the backside, Redemption comes up through as well. Double knockup is there. It's a pick onto Invincible, and TT can just rinse and repeat.
Yeah, TT finding the picks they need. They're going to turn back to Despair, and they should be able to get this if they want. NIP, knowing they can't really do anything, trying to push in and find a semblance of pressure in mid to get mid turret. But once again, Hoya always being that big, just menacing presence standing in their way.
They come to Hoya on the day of his daughter's wedding. TT going to be able to get themselves not just a Baron, but a horse's head to put onto NIP.
Who would be the Don in this analogy?
It's got to be Hoya, right?
Yeah.
I feel like Hoya has definitely been the Don of this
but it's
game.
like Hoya is the Don, but also the muscle. Like, he's the Don.
True, yeah.
Like,
maybe Yukal's the Don then.
But he's also, like, it's kind of weird because I guess maybe it's Swanbong. Yeah. You know, you don't let people get to the Don.
He's kind of chilling at the back, right? Everyone else is protecting him. He's there just like shooting arrows. Yeah, I can see it. Swanbong leading the family. You know, he's taught everyone the ways, and now clearly,
hey,
they run New York.
He is the one who's been to World Finals as well.
That's
so
true.
You know, it feels like, you know, even if the success hasn't been there the past few years, that he is the one to show them the way.
It's just dawned on me. Huandong. Huandong. It just makes sense. It just makes sense.
I'm sorry, viewers of the world. I didn't mean to unleash this.
Huandong absolutely running New York City at this point.
You know,
pushing at the bottom side.
I know you were both play-by-play, so it wouldn't have happened anyway, but it is kind of tragic that Freak is now gone, because both of you, I feel like it would have been too powerful together.
I would have loved to do a Geocast with Freak back in the day. Man. I remember like listening to Freak's cast like way back in like 2013 kind of thing. I loved the puns so much. Like
I could tell.
I mean, yeah.
You've learned a lot.
All right, stun comes in. It's TT trying to make their way into the base. NIP are walking here. Baytron looks like he'll be able to get away. And I mean, NIP, if they ain't walking there anymore.
No. NIP going back to base. Not exactly sleeping with the fishes after one loss, but not really going to have too much wiggle room to play with. definitely going to have to get those payments in, Munch.
Yeah.
As, yeah, TT, they're going to be able to keep pushing the space in. NIP, without really any wave clear, I don't think they're going to be able to stop this.
Yeah. And I feel like NIP going to be making like Matt Damon anytime soon because they're going to be departing the server. That's a quite a niche reference, I think. But
I'll actually give you that one. That one was pretty clean.
Okay,
pretty solid film. Pretty great film.
I enjoy that film.
Yeah,
I enjoy that film a lot. But here we go as they finish the job off. Hoya completely invincible on the front line. The towers are down. The flashes for the CC. NIP absolutely eradicated. And I think you said it best earlier when you said they're going to be sleeping with the fishes.
TT coming out, it might not have been, you know, very explosive in that early to mid game. It was all about accruing the small advantages they were able to find. You know, whether it's summoner spells here, you know, I guess a solo kill in top lane because punishing mistakes coming out from NIP, it really felt like the name of the game in this game one.
Yeah, let's just say after the showing we've seen from TT there, NIP are going to be left with some scars on their face.
I kind of regret.
That was like lower bar.
I mean, hey, again, it's game one. They have time to bring it back. And NIP, the one thing we will say, right, is we have seen them able to show higher highs. This time around, very volatile, like, picks coming into their composition, right, really in top side, which sadly for Invincible, it didn't look like he was as comfortable as maybe he thought he would be coming into this game. And then the Elise, it was showing about second time this split. We know he's someone who, hell, he's even played this in the past. Remember 2020 on RNG, like this was a pick that he was very proficient on. But when you aren't able to start finding those leads, finding those dives like he managed to do, it's like, what can you really do? I feel like they definitely need to go into game two, bringing something together that gives them more leeway in how they play the game.
I feel like also they just need to be more on the same page, right? Like so many times, especially towards Herald, you'd see Xiaolong Bao like in the river brush, like ready to kick the fight off, and then you like check the minimap, and the rest of the team is still in lane. Like there's no follow up even if he finds an opportunity.
Like,
it's like
the way the comms looked, it'd be like, it seems like Xiaolong Bao's being like, yeah, we can fight, go, go, go. So Invincible's like, okay, he's saying we can fight, go, go, go. He's running in. Xiaolong Bao's now forced out, but Invincible's still in the train of mind of like, well, my shot caller just said go, go, go. And then, you know, mid and bot are like, what is going on here? What are they doing?
It's kind of like when you're playing normal games with your friends and someone's like, all right, I'm going to make the gank, go in, go in, go in, go in. And Invincible hears that in comms, goes in, then realizes Xiaolong Bao is actually ganking the bottom lane. And, yeah, nightmare, absolute nightmare. Huan Dong, absolutely dominating in the kill participation right there. 9 KDA as well. Not a bad game. Not a bad game for the team.
No, and again, I just want to highlight, again, just mid-jungle support coming out for TT. I feel like the way they traverse the map is always just so beautiful. And then when Hoya is able to just do well on his own, again, be that like strong, like quote-unquote, like low-pressure top laner,
Brick
then
wall.
You're just set up for so much success. And we saw TT, NIP weren't able to break that down.
Nope, certainly not. But one thing that they will be able to break down is this break. That didn't work. But look, we're going to a break, so we'll see in a few.
Now I know how it feels, all pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only, my new tiny world. And right here
outside your door. You'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. There you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out.
瑶瑶的话就是很久之前在 LDL 的时候就跟他打过，然后当时就觉得他是打得还可以的，然后我俩是认识的嘛，然后有过沟通。TT 的话就他们野辅联动很频繁嘛，然后就要提防他们来抓吧，然后要多注意大家动向。
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. As we just saw a pretty dominant first game there coming out from TT. Really nice stuff. I'm much joined by Lyric as we head towards game number 2. And honestly, at this point, I'm a little bit nervous for IP. for this series, for the big picture of this split as well. Like, it doesn't feel like it's coming together just yet.
No. It definitely looks like, and right, we've seen like end of season resurgences before. Obviously, TT last year is like the shining example of that. So it's definitely possible, especially when you're looking at bottom of playoffs, usually being around like 7 or 8 wins is usually what squeaks in as like our 10th team.
Yeah.
So it'll still be possible, but yeah, every loss you take at this point, it's just, that dream is just getting further and further away.
You basically want a 50% win rate to get into the bottom of playoffs. So right now, they are not even close to that 50%. A lot of work to be done there. Let's talk about our MVP, though, because Hoya came into the server today and was there to give NIP a little introduction to the family business.
Yeah, he was the enforcer. He was not letting anyone get through. He was taking care of his own business in topside. He was taking care of business for the family with those side engages. That one right behind Dragon Pit was beautiful. Again, great angle. Flashes were already blown. Like the stasis comes out from the Silas, so he isn't able to block it. He would have died anyway. But Hoya, huge performance coming out from him.
Realistically, Invincible should have known that if he wants to start a business in this neighborhood, he's got to pay for protection. He didn't pay that, and he felt the price.
Yeah, and, you know, TT being one of the, you know, like maybe there's other bigger families elsewhere, the JDGs of the world, the top esports, but TT putting themselves up as a respectable team in the league that we hit on it. I mean, they took down Weibo, and sure, Weibo is one of those like up and down teams, but if you can take out a team with that ceiling, this roster, by mine, like, they're a threat to anybody. They can take down any team, and especially when it was as clean and as dominant as this, they never really gave away too much. Even this, which you could say was like over aggression coming through, they knew exactly like how much they were able to play out that situation there. And I loved it. We even had Joel highlighting it, just kind of reinforcing jungle support, and how they're able to play the map is one of the reasons why this TT team is just so scary.
Absolutely. We keep on talking about the synergy of this squad, and like the fact that Yukal and Hoya, like, they re-engage onto the enemy AD carry there, onto Photic, and you can tell that they have premeditated how they're going to play that, right?
Yep.
Goes in with the Zhonyas, and then Hoya's there to follow up. Like, the synergy is there. It feels like these guys are bros playing together, which is always a really fun thing to watch. It's always really satisfying when you watch a team and you just know they're having fun on the server. You know that they're vibing together. Like, it's just so great.
It's even nice when you think about, right, their newest addition, and I mean their only new addition being Huanfeng, which is like AD carry kind of being that role where you can slot in easy, and even if you don't have necessarily like the best synergy with everyone else yet, which I'm not saying he doesn't, but that's the role where it doesn't even like necessarily always show whether you do or not. It's those other pieces around you that are setting you up, and it's about, can you do your job well around that, which, as we said, the Don, I mean, he was doing his part.
Yeah, Huan Don in the bottom lane. Looking pretty good so far in this series. Hoya grabbing that MVP, though, and TT. Thunder Town. That's the place that they're ruling right now in NIP. In enemy territory, that is for sure.
Yeah.
Zeri gonna be, I'm gonna try and move on, at least for draft. As Zeri and Jax being banned, and Jason Elise on the other side.
Yeah, teams did swap sides. NIP are the ones whose bans are changing up. Looks like TT came in with their game plan against NIP, are very happy with how it went in game one. NIP, though, taking away a lot of these aggressive options themselves. Elise off the board, the champion that they took in game one, which makes sense to me. Beichuan, like we said when he came in to FPX, when he first started out in the LPL, was really the AP jungle player. I think Karthus was the pick that would jump to a lot of people's minds when Beichuan would first come in. Elise was another one he would regularly go to, so I understand and like the takeaways. TT going to finish it out with a Caitlyn ban. So Maokai going to be something that is up this time around, but we still have things even like the Ashe that are available.
Worth mentioning as well that the Maokai easily Xiaolan Bao's most played jungle, but TT with that first pick might just grab that for themselves. You said Patreon likes an AP jungler. Well, Maokai certainly ticks that box for him. Has played it a couple of times this split already, so certainly would be a decent first pick. But like you say, that Ashe open, it feels like Ashe has really climbed in priority to being one of the best B1 picks in the meta.
Ashe has seemed like she's been the pick that teams have preferred in really any trade, in any semblance of bot lane. I guess the one thing being, if Zeri Yumi's open, maybe you go for one of those. But with the fact that teams have more regularly been willing to trade, whether it's the Heimerdinger or go for things like Varus, Ashe, Caitlyn, like these other AD marksman and support picks as well, that it's not something you need to go to, which is what TT do realize here. So if they want to try to answer this, they could go with the Jhin Heimerdinger lane themselves and have Huanfeng and Yao Yao play around that. We highlighted Lucianami. It seems like once again that is just going to go through, so probably will just get that Jhin Heimerdinger lane coming on out. But no, they're going to save support, considering that we just hit on, right? There are more options in the support role now, and wanting to get their hands on the Cassante before the top lane pool gets pinched once again, because I can imagine that Sion would not make it to second rotation of picks.
No, definitely not. And also, Hoya, his most played is Cassante so far this split. Definitely very comfortable on the champion. As Charlabout going to go with the Sejuani, not too surprising there. And now the bans are going to get interesting, right? Because I was about to say, Heimerdinger has been what a lot of teams will pick alongside that Jhin. I'm curious if we get more support bans coming on through here, or if they now focus on the solo lanes.
We need to remember that that Jhin can also be flexed into that support role. I don't really know what they could go alongside with it. We've seen Huanfeng play a little bit of everything, and I feel like as the split has gone on, it's been less about like the set bot lane pairings that you think of, and you'll see a lot of times like just a marksman support be paired with pretty much any AD carry. Huanfeng's also been one of our predominant players of the Ziggs, so that's something you always have to remember when Huanfeng is on the Rift. It's actually, I guess, not as most played anymore after that first game, but just sitting right under it with 3 picks.
Yeah, and also Huanfeng known for the Jhin. Like when you think back to Worlds 2020, he did the Huanfeng where he curtain called from the enemy base.
I love it.
The Ziggs ban.
Yeah, respect. So they are acknowledging the fact that that can go down to the support role, because when you think about what supports are left open that you typically see in the Ashe that aren't marksmen, it's like sometimes we've seen things like the Karma come out, but Karma Jhin, not really a lane you think too much of. Like, you'll have the Enchanter there, but it doesn't feel like you're really buffing something up for, like, huge late-game prowess as compared to just the ability to run them down early on.
I will say, Yao Yao has played more Jhin than Huanfeng has this split.
Yeah.
Yao Yao has played it 3 times. There's a very reasonable chance that we do see that alongside the different AD carry for Huanfeng, but what he would end up playing at that point, we'll have to wait and see. I will say, historically, big Ezreal player. Not this split, but it's possible. It's possible. As a Yone is locked in for the side of NIP. Now, that's the kind of style we're likely to see.
And if there's anyone who should know how to match up against that Yone, it should be Yukao, sitting on 3 picks of it so far. Even having the Maokai, so they could set up for AD coming out. So that Tristana, we got to, keep in mind that it could be mid, as it looks like that will be the play. Put Tristana in the mid lane, player on that, try to bully out with the range advantage you have early on, and then you at least have things like the Rocky Trip to try to avoid out on any of the all-ins, and especially once that level 6 comes in, it will be really hard for Dream to find it. If they do decide to go the route of this Nautilus, will make the bot lane matchup a little bit annoying. NIP will have full control, but if Beitron, and especially Yukao, can like take over that mid jungle, you can put a lot of resources into that bot lane, it's still one of the areas of, sure, tank supports don't win out in that matchup, but they still do much better in like these early skirmishes, especially if you can blow like summoners off of like an Ashe and a Varus.
Yeah. Worth quickly mentioning as well, NIP, very little AP on this team. Obviously, Yone has a bit in his kit naturally, like half of that damage is going to go to AP, but even still, with the Renekton coming out on the top side, double AD carry on the bottom side, yes, you've got your kind of hybrid damage coming out from both Varus and Yone, but it doesn't feel like quite enough AP damage. But then, I guess it's kind of similar on TT. It's only really the Maokai that'll be bringing that magic damage.
I gotta be honest, I've seen so many games though where Maokai is stopping the damage chart
true,
that I think it is a pretty solid source. And it's really only relevant if Hoya becomes huge, because if Dream can play onto the backline, I mean, Yukao and Huanfeng shouldn't really be itemized in any way to deal with the amount of burst that can come out from these champions. So a lot more of an explosive draft this time around. Both teams having options, and I'd say want to find early aggression. For the side of TT, it's going to be through that mid lane. And for NIP, it's going to just be both your solo laners, right? Having these melee champions with the Sejuani and setting them up for success this time around, shutting out Hoya and Yukao, especially after what they were able to do in Game 1.
Yeah, I mean, absolute domination in game number 1. And I think shutting out is the term, but for TT, right, in the previous game, where really NIP didn't have a look in. Beitron shutting down everything at Charlotte wanted to do in the early game, which is very well played across the board. I'm looking towards that mid lane though, Lyric. UCal getting the counter pick with the Tristana into that Yone. And like you said, UCal's played plenty of Yone himself over the split. I feel like UCal should be dominating this lane.
And it's what you want, right? We've seen Tristana just single-handedly take over games so far. If you can find the advantage, you can shut Dream out. You are now leaning bot side with your Maokai. You're just taking plates so fast in that mid lane matchup. You're enabling skirmishes elsewhere. You're making it hard for NIP to utilize the prio they should have in these other matchups. And then you're leaving Hoya to his own devices to be fine up in that top lane. So that's what we're looking out for the side of TT. NIP, on the other hand, you have this bot lane matchup that you already know should be able to generate prio. It's going to be about them being able to dodge out on those dredge lines if TT's bot lane can find any semblance of pressure. So I'm looking at your soul lanes, right? Being able to shut down that Tristana, especially once we hit like the level 3 mark and Yone has his full kit available to look for those all-ins, and then setting Invincible up for success again, maybe early, because once we get towards like first item, I really feel like taking that Cassante with only 2 members can be a bit of a chore.
And we've seen that Hoya more than capable of piloting an invincible tank in the top side. So keeping our eyes on Xiaolong Bao in this early game, what he's able to accomplish on the Sichuan. He has at least those, like say, melee sono laners can be really valuable alongside a Sichuan. Is UCal not even worried about CSing right now. He's just worried about making sure Dream has a terrible time in this mid lane.
Even getting the bone plating out so early on so he can get even more out of these early trades, zoning him off the way. But with the fact that he did start that E, right, it is just going to go in quickly and should give Dream the avenue to be able to pick up some of the CS. But a lot of these types of matchups is for Dream, like trading your HP to make sure that you can get those minions. And then whether it's things like TP or Xiaolong Bao hovering around mid lane to make sure you get your resets, those are going to be incredibly important for him to get through this lane unscathed.
Yeah, like you say, trading your HP, but also doing it intelligently so you don't just get bullied so hard that you can't play the game. Beitron level 3 moving towards his bottom side, but Photic Draw 2 have a ward, will be cleared away by Beitron. As Xiaolong Bao moving towards his bottom side, this is kind of what we saw towards the start of the previous game, just the opposite way around, right? Where Beitron now trying to pressure on towards his bottom side blue buff.
Beitron at least giving his bot lane the safety and security, right? Now having that vision in bot lane river, also the sapling there to spot out any potential ganks that can come out from the side of NIP and make sure their bot lane doesn't get punished even more so than they already should. So I like that coming out from them, and it looks like Xiaolong Bao is going to look for this. But again, ward.
Yep, zombie ward is there in the brush. Nobody clearing that one away, and it means that Xiaolong Bao will be spotted. I think that ward was spotted as well, so TT should have full information that there is a ward there in the tri-brush coming out from Xiaolong Bao. But again, all TT really need to do in this early stage is make sure that Xiaolong Bao can't be snowballing.
Look at that mid lane CS already starting to build up. We knew this matchup was going to be hard, like NIP blind to pick the Yone, but with the early, okay, so is it actually going to go for the early reset? I was going to say, the second he recalls, comes back to lane with some components, going to be bullying that matchup out even harder, and that really is where a lot of the TT offensive is built around. That pressure you're able to snack up in the mid lane. We're now at a point where Dream is level 4, so maybe we start seeing pressure put towards mid from Xiaolong Bao. But right here, Tristana, you do still have some tools to protect and keep yourself safe, like that rocket jump.
Yep, still has flash available as well. Rocket jump available. Dream not going to find his window. Xiaolong Bao wanted to make it happen, but it just isn't gonna.
Also really good by UCal to move up instead of moving towards his turret, because that could have set him up for the gank coming through. As we see the punishment bot lane, this is what we'd expect, right? Again, double marks and you're playing up against that Nautilus, and this is how you need this lane to go. You need to chunk them out so they're never healthy enough to be able to look for those all-ins.
Yeah, that's the thing. If Nautilus has health to work with, and you're an Ashe, like that anchor lands, you're gone. So making sure that they keep them low on HP. Once again, Xiaolong Bao trying to find that way into the mid lane. So UCal playing it intelligently. So you're an Invincible going at it in the top side as well. Nothing too much going to come of that lane. A very quiet early game. And we're essentially in this early game, we're trading a lead in the mid lane for a lead in the bottom.
It's going to be about which team is able to more appropriately play around that. If NIP can start taking turret plating, break that turret very early on, and move this utility, this like siege force around the map, it's going to be monumental. And this could even open them up for things like Herald, right? Having that bot lane pressure and being able to move their bot lane over first. But you know for Yaya being on this Nautilus, it is about unlocking yourself from lane and enabling the rest of your team more so than it is about playing out through that 2v2. But with the 2v2, NIP should always have the option to have an early look towards Drake. It looks like Xiaolongbao might even be there right now.
I love this from Photo Control there. They realized that Huanfeng was going to try and recall. So they just shoved the wave as fast as possible, knowing that they don't have to physically cancel the recall. If Huanfeng goes back, he's just going to miss a wave. Force them to stay in lane as Dream could be in trouble here. Yucal, level 6, lethal tempo. Brock jumps forward with the ulti, but the bone plating comes off cooldown mid-fight and saves the day.
That is so tragic. Still getting a huge chunk onto him. He doesn't have TP, so Yucal will be able to get this wave in and once again extend the CS lead even more. But would have felt great to have that kill. Love that he recognized the window of I'm already level 6. This is my chance to really break this game open.
Hoya actually proxy farming there for a second behind the tower. I don't know if you felt like you could dive Invincible. That feels perhaps a little over-aggressive, but just trying to put some pressure on. He's trading back and forth, getting those grasp stacks as much as he can. And it feels like this has been quite a tense early game, despite not a lot happening dramatically. It does feel like both teams really respecting what the other can bring. Aside from maybe Yucal, who's going all in.
Yes. And this is where he's going to actually have to start respecting the opposing side, right? Now not having Flash, and for a small period of time not having that ulti, Dream will have his. Dream will be able to try to find those all potential, but I mean, with the item disparity, that could still be a bit rough. Pickaxe, 2 longswords. On the opposing side, only 2 daggers. Yucal, I mean, his auto is going to be doing a lot of meaningful damage.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the all-in is terrifying, and Dream has no flash now. This is the thing about Yone. People talk a lot about the fact that you can jump in and get out without recourse, but if you are caught out in the first place, you have no way out without your ultimate managing to land, but your ultimate also blockable if someone jumps in the way and stop you escaping. So Dream does need to be cautious in that mid lane, not to be caught out of position, not to give Yucal the chance to find that all in.
Xiaolongbao level 6. That's why we see him hovering around mid, was hoping to turn this into a scuttle crown, but even now opportunities presenting themselves for NIP to find the engage that they want. Feels like Glacial Precision should always be like a surefire, at least summoner spell coming out on the opposite side. We have seen a lot of LPL junglers flop those quite a bit, but hopefully Xiaolongbao doesn't do that here.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Yao Yao's found him in the jungle though. Is Beitron gonna get the roots across the whole world right here? Xiaolongbao forced to flash, but here comes Yucal looking for resets. The bomb's gonna go off on all 3 players, and here come the rest of the jumps. Joel takes a 4th shot, but Photic, the target of Yucal, forced to flash. But another great start for TT.
Yucal using that ult to push Photic towards the wall, hopefully by a bit of time for the rest of TT to get there. Doesn't surmount into another kill, but does equate into another flash having to come through. And this is what we were hitting on early on in the game, right? Is that for TT's bot lane, it's a lot more about the scraps, the skirmishes coming through. If Yucal has prio, he can move first. You can more easily enable those fights. And great read by Beitron to be there at the same time to make sure Xiaolongbao can't find that game.
Invincible using his ult in the top side as well, but can't really find the pressure he needs. But it's enough to force Hoya under the tower and open up this Herald. Dream was still in that mid lane, shoving that wave, so he has priority mid. Invincible gets priority top. Xiaolongbao starts to Herald off. But Beitron is here. Yucal waiting just over the wall for a chance onto Invincible, who doesn't have Dominus available. 2K on the Herald as Hoya on the top side of the fight. Here comes Yao Yao to start the engage. Knockups are there. Dream is already down. The Xiaolongbao forced away. Looking for the knockup here from Hoya if he can find it. Goes wide. The slow is there though. And Yao Yao over the wall waiting for Hex Splash potentially. And it's a kill for Yucal.
I was a bit afraid for TT because a lot of their key ultimates in that fight weren't up. Dream still had his, but great job soloing him out. It's going to turn into Herald. And this game feels even more neutral, even more on pace towards a TT victory than game 1.
Yeah, I mean, almost 3,000. I guess it's closer to 2.5. At 10 minutes here for TT. And Yucal having a game and a half right here on the Tristana. 2-0-1. Once again, Xiaolongbao just caught out away from the team. The team not really on the same page.
I mean, honestly, not reading the fact that Baytron would be close towards the spot of the play, thinking at the time, no hit on having that prio in mid lane allows UCal to be able to join up. But here is what I found even more impressive, because I thought Dream would be able to solo out the key carries like UCal, but goes towards Hoya. Hoya able to pop the ultimate straight into the dredge line, straight into Yaoyao's ulti. Just great use of CC to make sure that the Yone had no time to do anything. It just leaves Dream in a position where, after having used his flash, they're able to run him down.
I love watching Yao Yao at the end of that play. He's just stood in the back of Herald bit like, well, I can't do anything, but is XP range a thing for champions? I'll just stand as close as I can to the fight and just pretend I'm involved.
And we're at a point now where TT are starting to complete some items. Frostfire Gauntlet now picked up for Hoya, getting to that point where he will be such a nuisance to take down. Baytron being that only AP damage, Demonic Embrace coming through, so the sapling is going to be hitting even harder. And I have to imagine that UCal might even be just ready to base and pick up his Mythic quite soon. So yeah, it's looking rough when NIP, I mean, looking at Dream especially, still pretty far away from being able to get a full item completed. Herald now dropped in mid lane, just doubling down on the lead and advantage that UCal's found even more.
Yeah, that's 2 plates going down there. Here we go, all in from the side of NIP. Baytron the target, but knocked back in Yao Yao, doing so much to buy space. Baytron dodging away from Dream's ultimate as UCal starts to clean up in the fight. Dodges back out again as well. UCal looking insane with the health bars low. Dream has an opportunity as UCal goes in for more. The reset to there. Is UCal going to go for draw as well? Invincible's in the wings. Hoya is behind the team as UCal has to back away.
You cannot give UCal a champion that has this much playmaking potential, because my God, it is beautiful to see how he's just weaving around these fights. Would have been cool if it kept going as we get to see the big old bruiser smashdown.
Okay, brings him into the Dragon Pit. Invincible with the Dominus. Hoya is going to win this, though. Hoya's ultimate is just so intense. I was wrong. I was totally wrong. Invincible just annihilates him.
Oh, Hoya thought the same thing. Hoya thought he had it down. Coming back in, I don't know if that was a big Q that was able to help his sustain get so far up. We're going to replay of that because I was in the same boat as you. It looked like Invincible's days were numbered, but manages to find that kill, and now going to try to turn it into another plate.
Should be able to do that.
I wonder if he gets punished. UCal's coming over.
Yeah, Baytron, no ultimate available here, but should be able to just get onto him. Has the inside track on the top side, so the Grasping Roots available here. Or Twisted Advance, sorry. His Invincible slowed down. The bomb is on his head. Yao Yao's even here. And, well, the rest is history.
And now they're going to keep UCal top side. You still have a minute with those plates left up, so he's going to try and break those down. But here we see it, a bit of kind of inefficiency, see, right? Both the Sejuani ult National coming out at the exact same time. Beautiful dodge out by Baytron.
Yeah.
And the fancy feat, the dodging is what was really impressive, right? UCal able to get that jump once again.
Yeah.
Come to this side of the fight. And then even with low health bars,
hang on. Hoya's in trouble here. 4 players underneath the tower, and they will find the kill, but Dream has to go back to his shadow and is taken down by Juan Fog. Now the Grasping Roots land, followed up by a Deadly Flourish. And here comes the curtain call. But actually, Yao Yao kind of alone, feeling like he had teammates because of the curtain call. But now gets into the brush. Can he survive this one? The dredge line onto the tower does go down in the end for 2v2 at the bottom side. Juan Fong charging forwards, dancing grenade. Doesn't quite find both. Baytron's here to close the gap. Voting the target, but a Bramble smash to finish off the enemy jungler.
And all of this was without their strongest member. UCal was up in top side, taking that turret. I believe he got 3 plates while all that was going down, took the turret outright, and they're still able to win the fight on the bottom half of the map. Even people like Photic, you're committing so heavily for that kill on Yao Yao, but you're burning flash, you're burning heal to close that distance. It's setting you up in a place to where TT, of course, are going to be able to trade up. And now we're at a point, not even 15 minutes in, 6K gold lead on the side of TT. I guess a bit diminished now, considering, you know, we just had that bounty go over, but...
Yeah. Doesn't feel like diminishing enough, though, does it?
No.
As, I mean, look, at least they get a pick onto Hoya here, who obviously did not realize the whole enemy team was here, but that shadow coming out from Dream, that really was the beginning of his demise.
Yeah, we see them go in, they find it, but now surrounded by all the members of TT. He instantly goes down and now left in a position to where, sure, you have now found one pick, but you are completely surrounded by the members of TT. Curtain Call comes out. Sure, Yao thinking he had more friends, but he's able to buy so much time. Goes into brush, no vision for that split second. And as we saw, Photic burning the flash, you're now just surrounded by the enemy team. So being a 4 for 2 in favor. And I was going to say, look at the bottom left-hand side of our screen, because we actually saw TT setting up for a dive, but Dream smartly backing off.
Ooh, Hoya will get stunned up here. The follow-up there from Photic as well. Invincible gets another stun. Hoya desperately tries to survive. Oh, pulls Invincible across the map, and then dashes over the wall. Hoya actually gets out of there. That's insane.
Manages to escape, allows for TT to put all this pressure on the opposite side. Don't only look at mid, look at bot, where UCal is pushing in. Oh, curtain call?
Whoa, Invincible should be able to body block this. Wanfeng needs to get out of there, but here comes Dream from the backside. Wanfeng surviving. Huh, I was pretty sure he was dead there, but I guess not. Then Arut comes back out as Baytron Brabful smashes Invincible, just getting battered around in this fight. Cannot move.
And the craziest part, again, this is all without your 5-0-2 Tristana. UCal's just being this force, making money all around the map.
He got the top tower with the place, then he went and got the mid lane tower, and now he's been at the bottom side during this fight. I mean, he is beyond rich.
All of this, like, so after everything we've seen in this early game, there's only one inner turret left. And TT are now finally picking up the second Rift Herald. So I feel like they should be able to start breaking down the base very soon. And, you know, we're on track for TT to win this game. Like, it would take throws on throws on throws for an IP to come back. So I just want to say great bounce back from a loss against OMG. Again, close games, but a loss nonetheless for them to have such a dominating performance as we see here. How does he do it?
He pressed R.
He did do that.
And then he pressed D. There you go. I don't want to claim to be the superior analyst here, but you asked the question,
there you
I had
go,
the answer.
Kasante Mains, tips for all your solo queue games.
Yeah. Press R, press E. It's as simple as that, baby. Dragon going to be started off here by TT. And, I mean, it's like you say, that series against OMG, very close games, but definitely things to work on. Feels like today they are coming in with a very clear plan of how they want to play this one out. I will say, like, giving UCal the opportunity to just have such a hard counter pick in that mid lane really didn't set NIP up for success.
No, and again, this is Dream coming back in and not really able to show the best performances, but I guess TT as a whole, I mean, it really comes down to, like, TT just look like a team that has been playing together for so long, that have, like, these laid out, like, thoughts and plans in the game, that, like, understand what they want to do, are working well together, to where NIP, not only struggling in lanes, like the story of this game, but even looking at game one, where they're really just not able to bring things together cohesively as a unit. Definitely a lot of areas to improve in different ways, and a lot of it might come down to people like PP being gone. I always hit on that, like, in interviews, people have said that PP got a very vocal voice at pretty much every team that he's been on. And losing that, you're now looking at where, I guess, Joel coming in, or Shallenbauer, or someone else having to pick up those reins.
Yep. Curtain Call going to be here, though, as Invincible caught out. Oh, the Gold Drinker, though, keeps him alive for the time being and might turn this play around. The tower finally goes down. Yao trying to escape with his life. Baytron dives into the backside to protect his support. UCal finally arriving. This is a 3v5, and TT are wanting to go for it anyway. The bomb will finish Invincible. The reset is there for UCal. He goes forward. Shallenbauer flashes onto him, but UCal flashes back out again. And the resets are there once more. Shallenbauer dodges the route, and somehow it's 2 for 2.
Still, TT finally get punished for fighting without their supreme carry, right? UCal wasn't there, NIP able to take away some kills. And sure, TT did manage to get another turret, but at least NIP were able to find something. When you're this far behind, you're really going to take anything you can get.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess you'll take the trade. Still losing the tower in the end. This Gold Drinker right here completely changes the play. Like, I was so sure Invincible was done for.
Yeah. Gold Drinker keeps him healthy in the middle of all the members. Has him see Wanfeng not able to put off the most damage against him, and feeling a little bit wary to walk forward when Yone is also grouped up. But the second UCal comes in, Yao hitting some great hooks. This going to be able to bring Invincible down to let the reset come through. This was bold.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to regret this decision, but Yao still able to follow forward and make sure that they can convert those into more kills is great. But I will say, right, not only trading like evenly, even if you lose a tower, but with TT's lead, I mean, you would think off of a Rift Herald push at this point, that TT should be like breaking inhibs. So that's why, in my mind, definitely
ending
smaller.
the game, honestly.
Yeah.
Like with how far ahead they were.
So NFP gonna take that.
They are still massively ahead at the end of the day. They do still have this tremendous lead. Ash Arrow gonna go on through, at least gave vision for a second there. Doesn't find the stun though. TP being channeled is NIP. Last chance saloon here. Invincible flashing on towards UCal, but won't be able to finish the kill. In the meantime, Yao Yao caught the top side of the fight. Invincible traded though, and Duo now found as UCal trying to finish those kills, but the flash keeps him alive. And NIP, they're bouncing back in this game.
NIP, they keep managing to find picks with their long-range engage tools. And once again, UCal not able to put off any DPS to make sure that TT can solidly win out in a fight.
UCal chasing them off. Baytron did survive, which means, honestly, with a Tristana, maybe they just go for the Baron again anyway. They really could just brute force this one. Shout out in the vicinity. TP's coming out from both sides. As we look to try and reset this fight. Xiaolan Bao over the wall. Arrow comes through, stunning up Yao Yao. Dream into the pit, but dashes back out immediately. Xiaolan Bao dives in to try and find the steal, but they'd stopped the DPS. They sort of stopped the DPS.
That was so close, right? That steal was definitely possible from Xiaolan Bao. Doesn't manage to get it. And now it's Baron. They're going to keep running NIP down.
They're just going to kill everyone, I'm pretty sure. This is 2v4 from UCal and Hoya as they just look for so many kills. Invincible, the next one, as he jumps on forwards. UCal shredding NIP to pieces. And UCal looks to grab himself a quadra kill. What a victory lap from this squad.
Huge from UCal in that fight. They even have waves to just go for the game win. 22 minutes in. I mean, TT didn't make this look easy. This was easy for TT.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. TT domination here.
Oh, wow.
They're not actually going to win the game.
They don't I guess death timers are quite low because it's 22 minutes. I
That's
still
true.
thought after what we just saw, TT would have the swagger to be like, we don't care, boys. We're strong enough. Let's go for it. And you know what much? Now, they're going to be even stronger. Look at Zedim's coming out. Medjai's in jungle. Rapid fire in mid. We're going to see how this all goes down. TT not able to prevent Xiaolan Bao from coming into the pit and ends up spiting a little bit too early, which still leads to TT getting the Baron. And then with the teleport, with UCal just wrapping around, they're able to start bringing these down. And Tristana, once you start, again, getting those like explosive charges off, you're able to keep rinse and repeating your rocket jump, NIP having nowhere left to run.
Yeah. I mean, UCal was 7 levels up on Chuo there as he DPSs down the enemy Ashe support. Like, that is something else. And even against Invincible, he had 2-level advantage. Invincible went in there, gets his combo off, realizes he's only done a 5th of Tristana's health, and realizes his demise is imminent. Good little dodge on the arrow there from UCal. As we could be looking at more multi-kills in a second here. UCal DPSing away. Xiaolan Bao the first target, but no. 1 each for the time being. TT looks like they'll just button this series up as Joe tries to get onto that fountain. It's Photic next on the chopping block. UCal completely invincible because the Bloodthirster just keeping him full HP. And speaking of invincible, he gets just about onto the fountain to keep himself alive. That's going to be game, set, match here for TT. Absolute domination on the Rift.
TT showing, even if they face a road bump in their last series, they have not lost a step. What's most telling to me about this game is at the end there, UCal had 4 items. And Dream hadn't even finished his 2nd. Wow. That just shows how much of a commanding lead TT had, how much UCal dominated. And I have loved seeing Tristana's like resurgence back into the mid lane, especially in the hands of LPL mid laners, and just seeing all the crazy, exciting plays and how they're able to just take over games. Which, you know, UCal was the focal point, but once again, just kudos to TT's team play, because it really does feel like they're one of the teams who actually like uses it, has it, and like right, even though I think TT have strong players, it's not like overwhelming enough star power to where you could be like one of these top teams that just try to like brute force all their games. So TT to me are like that perfect mix of like strong players who can take over games and really solid understanding of how they want to play League of Legends.
And just great communication between the players as well, which, you know, very on brand for Thunder Talk. Like, literally a mobile phone company. It's good that the players can talk to one another because at the end of the day, this team is a team that are starting to become a bit of a fan favorite, I think, in the LPL. I think it's fair to say. Like, a lot of people really enjoying TT games these days. And I totally understand why. They're exciting games to watch. It feels like there's good vibes in the team as well. Like UCal coming onto the stage, being a little bit flamboyant there. Like,
look, I don't know. I don't know if they're a fan favorite, but I could say I'm a fan, and they are now becoming my favorite because we lost V5. You know what I mean? Like, sure, NIP is here, but it's not the same. It's not the 0-17. There's no mole. It just isn't the same. So I've been looking for a new, you know, a new way. And honestly, Munch, I'm down to be part of the family.
Okay.
I'm up for joining the family.
Yeah, you're Thunder talking about joining Thundertown.
I don't know like where I pay my dues or whatnot, but TT, let me know.
You pay your dues to the Huandon. You got to yeah. I don't exactly know how it works. I'll get my Thunder Talk mobile and call him up, see if I can get you in.
Are you part of the fan? Was that like sponsor? What? You know what? TT again. They don't. We even already know.
Sponsor shout-outs for brands that don't exist outside of China.
We even already know who's going to be the MVP, which is like the worst part, right? Like, like dominant game. We know UCal's going to pick that up. I wonder who we're going to get for our interview. Honestly, I'd love for either kind of UCal or Hoya after the Game 1 and Game 2 performance, but
I would love to hear from Huanfeng here. Oh, sorry, Huandon. Because I'd love to hear him go into like how the structure of the business, you know, tell people how they can pay respect and join the family. Because, I mean, I don't know anyone that doesn't. Of everyone I've asked about joining the TT family, 100% of people have said they want to join.
Actually, just factual.
Statistic
fact. Can't even argue with it.
So I feel like we need to hear from the Huandon himself and just figure out how that process works. This is the problem with being a gangster. Just the bureaucracy of it all.
You know, I wonder who would be the most like willing to talk person on, because you look at like Yao seems like very like quiet and soft spoken.
Ironically, on Thunder Talk, really.
Yeah, Beichuan as well. Even like I guess UCal with his walkout maybe would be someone who'd be willing to give a lot of like info or like be a bit more boisterous in his interview. Huanfeng is another person we know is very like quiet, soft-spoken, doesn't say too much. But who knows? Maybe with the success they've found in this split, that might change. Yeah. They might become unleashed.
Yeah, we get the personalities coming out a little bit.
Always. Maokai damage is, I'm telling you, every single time, it is just at the top of that chart.
It's the fact that both Beichuan and UCal have more than a 20k difference in favor of damage. Like, that is just disgusting. That is something else. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why you don't blind pick Yone.
I mean, like, UCal and Beichuan's damage together is more than the whole combined team of NIP. No, not even close.
That's, yeah. You're not wrong, and that is disgusting. That is absolutely disgusting. UCal having an insane game. Infinite KDA. 13-0-4. I mean, wow. But also, it's worth mentioning Beichuan, like, also had a really fantastic game. Completely shut out Xiaolongbao in the early game. Complete control of the map.
2 games in a row. Well. Really just the better jungler in the series, right?
Yeah.
You know, really came in, took over. Even just being where he needed to be. Like, we think about the bot lane gank that Xiaolongbao was looking for, and you're like, okay, looks a bit disconnected from him and his bot lane, but in his mind, I'm sure he's like, no idea that there's going to be 2 people counter ganking him in this lane, right? He's looking at it like it's a normal gank. It's like, no, Beichuan's already read the play. I mean, I guess he was just doing scrugs, but still, he is around, and then UCal able to join up. So, yeah, good reads coming out from Beichuan. I don't know what Beichuan's role in the family is. So we've kind of already dished out that UCal and Hoya are the capos. We have the Don, and that kind of just leaves the Yao. And to be honest, I don't really know the complete structure of a family.
No, I don't either. Or at least not that I'm willing to say on camera. Yeah, I feel like he's like the quartermaster or someone. he's like the guy that deals with everyone. He's like the point of contact, so that the Don doesn't have to deal with everyone. You know, he's like the man on the ground. He's in charge.
He'd be like whatever the whatever the title of the right hand man
yeah.
is. Which again, I'm kind of sad that we didn't prepare to talk about all this stuff today. So
No,
we didn't look
we
into
should have done
this.
some research. In hindsight, when I was getting ready for this cast, I really should have been watching more gangster
Should have watched
films.
The Godfather and Goodfellas. And
Just sat there watching the whole of Reservoir Dogs. It's like took me 72 hours to prepare for this series. I don't know. Is the short
Look,
answer?
And while we wait for the interview, we could check who TT plays next, because that is going to be very telling of how much more they move up. Now sitting at 5-3, next game against RNG, very winnable. RNG going to be the team actually we see next. Like RNG are playing the next match, and they're on a 2-series win streak. They might be able to keep up their form, look better, and then that has a lot of potential to be honestly a very close and exciting game for two teams who are both sitting middle of the table, but also have showed glimpses of like competing for those upper echelon spots.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, RNG is an organization that you expect to pull it together at some point, right? Like, pull it together sounds a little mean, but this is a team that you expect to be at the top
And
of the
they
table.
didn't have
usually.
Ming the first few series.
Exactly,
Like, yeah, there were definitely some like question marks and like other circumstances to why. It
Yeah.
seems like with time that Gala especially is like becoming more comfortable on things that haven't been Kaisa. So, and the Felios.
Well,
and Lucian.
Any more? Do you want to throw any more in there quickly? This is going to be a huge surprise, I think, to the vast majority of our audience. But our MVP coming out of that game is, in fact, UCAL. I know, shocking. 13-0-4, 8,000 gold difference at the end of the game. That is more gold than his opponent did damage.
And you know, the best part is like he was single-handedly the person like accruing their gold lead for a long time. I'd be like, okay, the rest of TT were doing great. I mean, they were winning 4v5s.
Yeah.
Like, kudos to them. This man is like, no, he's a money-minded individual. Oh, my team's
He's an
gonna fight 4v5?
entrepreneur.
Exactly. I'm going at the top side. I'm getting all these plates, getting this turret. Oh, my team's fighting bot side. I'm going mid, taking this turret. Oh, and engage. Coming out mid-tier 2. No, this man needs to earn right now. He's investing in stocks in the bot lane inner turret. And you know what? He's cashing out those stocks.
Honestly, I feel like UCAL, he's like the main character of this film, and the story is about him like earning money himself and like trying to climb the ranks of the family. Because, you know, Huan Fong sat there, he's the Don. But UCAL, he's a young pretender. That could be the crux of the entire plotline,
Well,
honestly.
You gotta make it sound like later on in the split he's gonna
take
betray
on
the
Hong
rest
Kong.
of the team. Well,
I mean, he's already playing 80 carries. I mean, what's next? One Don, you got to get your family under control, buddy. Yeah, I mean, great series from UCAL. In all seriousness, like, great year so far from UCAL.
yeah.
Over to you, Lyric.
Yeah, people are watching out there. We gotta just. Oh, I was expecting an interview. I guess we don't
Yeah,
have one of those.
Yeah, we were filling for an interview. There is no interview. We're going to go into a break, and we'll be back with the next series of the day. It's LGD versus RNG.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab mic and a chap on a ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
For the show, call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls.
mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left on right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get home. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. And we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There's another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. Before the doubt takes over your mind. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your line. stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh no, no, no. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know they're gonna know my name. Head down, I'm almost fading. I walk on with tired feet. No time for hesitating. The world's coming after me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. See, my days were tasting sour, and my goals were out of reach. When it rained, I felt no power, the world washing over me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know they're gonna know they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know they're gonna know they're gonna know my name.
Welcome back to LPL week number 6, day number 1. My name is Munchballs. I'm joined by Lyric as we head towards our second series of the day after TT absolutely dismantled NIP. Wasn't even close, to be quite honest.
No.
That was a brutal first series.
Yeah. TT, came out pure domination up against NIP. But coming into this game, we have another team that actually took down NIP in their last series. LGD picking up their first win the other day against NIP. Xiaoshu and Haichao actually showing up huge. One of those games was 50 minutes. I was there. I apparently didn't remember it because of how long it was, but yeah, the Kassadin coming on through. On the opposite side, having RNG, who feels like they found more stability since having Angel be, more a part of the roster compared to earlier on where it really was just Tang Yuan coming in and playing all those series. Yeah. Also, I think a bad meta read, not to just put all the blame on Tang Yuan, but like Lissandra, Galio. It seems like they're really trying to capture the magic of what former RNG did in past metas.
Yeah. It didn't really work out
to
start the split off, but it does feel like a team that are slowly but surely coming around. And to be honest, when you think of RNG, I think the easiest comparison to another team in the league right now is EDG, where very similar, where they've got this huge amount of power. They had a bit of a rough start and then have come to light and are now looking like a top team. Well, RNG, they've yet to do that last step. So they're hoping that, with 4 members of previous versions of RNG, you should believe that this is a team that can be at the top of the table. They've just got to make that happen. And with Angel, like you say, it's starting to come together now.
The thing that's like less likely in my mind for RNG to do, which to be fair, they already have started, right? Their 2 series win streak, is that they looked like a team that, like, the way they played, their system, those things were one of the big reasons they won as compared to, like, when you think of old RNG, it wasn't really about any singular member taking over. Like, sure, Gala had some games on certain champions. Breathe had some games, but it's definitely much more about the cohesion as a 5-man stack. And now it's about if, Ming and Wei can pick up that slack. I definitely think Wei has been just a huge force to the side of RNG.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if Wei can continue to be like the driving force there as well, because I feel like historically he has always been a really solid part of the team. But LGD going to step onto the stage first. 2 wins on the board, but it has to be said, there's a lot of work to be done for this team, right? Even with the most recent win, like you say, it was not exactly the cleanest win in the history of the LPL. So LGD gonna have to figure something out here. And I'm hoping for like a clear game plan. Like that's the biggest thing I would like to see from LGD is that like clearly knowing what they want to achieve, being proactive in that and working towards a victory. Because I feel like a lot of LGD's games are kind of fumbling around. And you're never really quite sure what their goal is.
Yeah, especially with having Meteor in the jungle, is Meteor isn't this person who's like setting up tons of plays for his lanes or anything like this, right? It's very much like kind of slow and steady pace coming out for him. And a lot of what LGD as a whole trying to do is just set up team fights later on. LPC being their big carry. I mean, most of his games so far this split have been played on the Sivir, so it makes a lot of sense. You're having a lot of frontline champions come out in their top in jungle, so yeah, we're going to see if that continues to be the plan, or if maybe they want to divert a little more, because we've seen Haichao play things like the Jace. Haichao is another person who's brought out the Tristana in this split, and we saw in the last series the impact that that's able to have. And it feels like this LGD team can be a little bit more explosive like they were in their last series, where Xiaoshu and Haichao especially are ones who are willing to take more risks and step up. That the potential is definitely there for this LGD squad.
Yeah, once again, a very young squad right there. Royal never give up on the other side, though. Not a very young squad at all. Although it feels weird to say Breathe is like not like that fresh-faced player coming into the league. I feel like he's always been like one of the really young, exciting players to me in my mind, but he's been in the league for a few years.
And it's just you're just thrown off by the name change. It's just the fact they still breathe, If you add in those curse years, it gets even more tenure.
That's true. I suppose so. Wei there is, I mean, when you look at this roster, Breathe, Wei, Angel, Gala, Ming, like there is so much experience among those players. Gala, another player that's like feels like a newer player, but actually not anymore. Like
I feel like when I look at this roster, I see a lot of experience, but I'm still looking for like, other than Gala, who is really going to take over games? I feel like we haven't really seen that from Breathe in quite a bit. Maybe even thinking back to who's like 10-year on. Honestly, like worse teams like DLG, teams like OMG, where he did have to do that, and he was always put in those positions. For now, we can even see 4 games Cassante, 3 games Sion, 3 games Renekton. It isn't much about, when you think of Breathe in his old days, it's about the Fiora outplay. I still think that's the clip that comes to mind for most people. As yeah.
Well, I guess it's not just the players that are doing cool walk-ons now. It's just a thing, I guess. I feel like Valorant has changed everything. The Valorant walk-ons they've changed the meta of walking onto the stage.
They have the Paper X ones especially. You know, not to go down the deep dive.
Boasters up there too. Boasters up there too.
Valo definitely has a lot of excitement, which has maybe been the most exciting change of LPL coming to this year.
Yeah.
It's the walk-ins and the willingness of players to be silly.
Yeah.
Because from player interviews over the past few years, I wouldn't have expected it. I would have expected like the generic default, like walk out, bow, or wave. But feels like teams like IG really bringing that flair especially.
Yeah. I guess Xiaoshu's Weibo
handle.
username is like AAAAA. Something in Mandarin, AAAAA. I can't read Mandarin, obviously, but...
There's a man who doesn't care about social media, and I respect that.
Clearly, yeah.
Or he does, and he's an amazing brand, and we're actually just misrepresenting him.
I mean, there are a few like Twitter accounts like that where they have a strange name, but they're actually a huge influencer or whatever. Anyway, rabbit hole and a half. I forget what we were talking about before. Oh yeah, walk-ons. You should know me. I feel like also coming in this year and just bringing that energy, I think has changed the LPL. He's like forced everyone else to adapt to his meta.
Let's give credit where it's due as well as with Wink, because Wink also from day one has been like a king with the swagger he brings. And then when you have the team rivalry ones, where you have like the Weibo versus what was it, the JDG one, where you have like all the props to call each other out. Yeah, it is.
Castle with the giant dice with 3 on it.
Yeah.
That was so funny.
And then you had, what was it, Ruler with the light bulb and Missing eating a crisp.
Oh, man. I have enjoyed that. It's so good to have, like, the stages back and all of it. Like, man, casting during COVID when we didn't have player cams and we didn't have all of this stuff just sucked. But it's so good to have all of this back.
And have the fan signs.
Exactly. Look at that adorable little breathe light thing. What even is that?
I don't know.
It's kind of cool, though.
You know? Yeah, it was adorable, and I love the stoic look on its face. As I love that that's like the default setting of our players, is like edgy, stoic indifference. Gives a lot of power. I think Crisp is the king of that.
I was going to say, Crisp, like, embodies that wholeheartedly.
Yeah. Ming, who, you know, is playing today, also, I think, brings some of that, though. Ming does smile sometimes.
Yeah.
Not much. This RNG team.
We consider that
year,
a weakness in the LPL.
This RNG team especially was one of the ones that, like, last year, I swear to God, they almost never looked happy no matter what they would. When MSI, you sit their player room like they're just kind of walking off like, that was cool. I think Wei was
I was going to say, I think Wei's quite smart.
Wei is the only one
Wei's
who, like,
quite
you'll
smart.
see get animated and overjoyed. And, you know, you might be wondering, what relevance does this have to the match? Absolutely everything. As everyone knows, the energy you're bringing into a game directly translates to how many solo kills you get. Actually, that's not true. Wei's a jungler.
League of Legends is based exclusively on vibes. So if you don't have the vibes, you don't have
I don't feel like that's too far off for the LPL,
League of
honestly.
Legends. No, that's kind of true. Anyway, enough about vibes. Let's talk about picks and bans. It's Ryze and Caitlyn taken off the board by the side of LGD on our blue side. And then over on our red side, RNG starting off by banning away the Maokai. And a Kassadin. Why not? Chuck that in.
This is what Haichao was able to take over a game on in their win against NIP, so I like it. The Caitlyn ban, something I want to point out as well, because it's been one of the 80 champions that Gala has been really pivoting to. This split is something he's done quite well on, so take that away. Don't allow for that strong bot lane 2v2 able to come through, because when you're looking at LGD specifically, I feel like we're talking about how they've looked better when their soul lanes can be explosive, but their most consistent way of trying to win games has been through LPC and has been through like LPC and Xinjiao later on in the game being set up to be those big carries. So if Gala and Ming can set themselves up for an advantage, you really are shutting down a lot of LGD's playbook.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to make that happen. I'm looking towards jungle picks here as well, though, with the Elise banned away, the Maokai banned away, now a Vi ban as well. Wei's been kind of weird with his jungle pool this split, where we've got 4 games on the Wukong, 2 games of Graves, 2 games of Poppy, a Viego game in there. But then Meteor has always been a wacky jungler, right? He's been playing Skarner this split. We've seen some Zac from him. Like there is two games of Silas.
Yeah.
Like there is plenty of room for shenanigans in this draft. There's the Zeri going to be answered by Lucian Nami, and the Wukong that we talked about coming on through for Wei.
Yeah, Wei going towards that Wukong, I think for multiple reasons. One, just a very good Wukong player, like even we look at last year, right? But 2, when you think of RNG Soul Laners, it isn't really about that like brawly, melee heavy style. Like Angel, of course, with the Akali, but beyond that, they're not a team that you expect to see too much of like flexing Jaces or flexing Renekton's or these other things that can pair really well with that pick, so that will go through. And it looks like we're just going to end up in a bit of an interesting situation where already set up to where LGD should have superior scaling with the fact that they have the Zeri Yuumi and of course the Sejuani in the jungle. RNG going to have to be the team coming out more explosive in this one. Lucian we know is going to be locked in here. And then them looking to ban out some more champions on the opposite side. We still have things like the Rise. Oh, actually, no, I'm wrong. The Rise banned by LGD themselves, which is a bit surprising to me because when I look at these two teams, Angel, I feel like isn't as big of a Rise player, even ignoring this split where he's actually only played it once.
Just
it's
historically,
Haichao's most played, but it seems like it's a fit that would be much more in the wheelhouse of LGD themselves.
Yeah, I mean, kind of similar story with the Elise ban as well, right? I feel like that's more of a meta ban than a Wei ban, you know? Like, Wei not really a player that you think of Elise from. It's going to be the Yone banned away as well as an Akali. I feel like Azir is the big mid laner that's still on the table right now.
Azir's still up. RNG banning out those melee options to come with the Sejuani, so Akali, Sylas, those still being things that jump to mind, especially when you think that LGD wanting a bit of magic damage in their composition, even if we have been seeing more frequently teams willing to just go with full AD. I mean, we've had like numerous compositions that are just 380 carries in this meta, so they will go for that one. LGD not wanting to give over the Akali in response. So yeah, Azir being the big thing that jumps out to me, especially for the side of RNG, could guarantee them prio to set up for their bot lane to play incredibly aggressive. You have Wei playing around them, and then you at least have this like DPS insurance policy if the game does go a little bit later on.
Yeah, I'm trying to find some of that late game damage. As Talia taken off the board here. So RNG figuring out where they want to go with the solo lane blind pick here. I mean, Cassante is on the board. You could just lock in the Cassante for the top side.
I like mid lane pick here just for the fact of like, I think you're right. I think Azir looks like the highest priority thing left open. On this okay.
Xiaohu's back.
I mean, this was an Angel pick, right? When you think of Angel, Twisted Fate is one of the picks that come to mind. Sure, when you're hitting on for it, why you go for mid lane here first, I feel like a lot of the top lane matchups that are left open are a bit of a wash. So like, sure, you go for a Cassante, but on the opposite side, if you want a stronger front line, you still have the Scion. If you want to try and contest harder early, the Renekton's still there. Like, there's still a lot of options that can answer into it. But surprised RNG putting that much priority on mid. But this sets up for maybe a more interesting counter pick in the top lane. We were hitting on things like Breed's Fiora in the past. You have a Twisted Fate to set up a big carry in top side, and that's something that RNG are more than ready to go for. As LGD rounding out with a much more like straightforward team composition, especially if they do lock in and like, you know, whether it's Victor or Azir, like having more DPS later on. You were saying you want to see LGD like be more proactive early on, but we aren't seeing that here today much.
No, absolutely not. But at least we are seeing them have like a very clear game,
cohesive
right?
identity.
Like, we want a team fight in the late game. Like this composition screams that at you. So LGD very clearly know what they want to achieve. And RNG, I feel like it's a similar story, just the opposite end of the story, right? Where you've got Lucian.
There it is.
The Fiora comes out for Breathe at the top side. Now that is something beautiful to see. But just aggression across the board from RNG. Early game proactivity in this composition.
Angel is going to have so many options as well, right? You can start setting up that Fiora very early on with Destiny, but also you have like this very aggressive bot lane. Sure, Zeri Yuumi is a bit hard to punish just with the amount of safety they have, but it's something that you could look to do. Maybe you've already given Bree the gank up towards top side. He's in a fine situation. Look for a 4-man gank or dive bot with Wukong and TF Destiny coming in. So they're going to need to be the ones on the front foot. They have a lot of options. But another thing Options provides is in windows where, let's say, Angel's looking top. If Lucianami's pushing forward, it could open up gank opportunities for Meteor to just play opposite side of the map where RNG is going.
Yeah, that's going to be the question is, can he find those punishes? Can he find ways to, especially if we see Angel and Wei going up to the top side to try and set up Breathe, like if you can get a Zeri ahead, if you can get that bottom lane ahead, things can become quite dicey for RNG pretty quickly. So we'll see how this one goes. Definite late game favor for LGD. But RNG a lot of power to make this game happen for themselves. And I think the key thing that you need to look at in this one is Wei and Angel working together to be proactive around the map.
And I think this is going to be a very telling sign for RNG, because despite still being quite down in the standings, RNG definitely come in as favorites in this matchup. And this is the type of composition that, if you look at it on paper, to me, it's like, it could be rough, right? Like, if you don't find those plays, if you aren't able to start getting ahead, you don't have that ability to just take over a game. And if RNG's new lineup, which is just a change in the mid lane, can do it here, it'll give me a lot more confidence in that 4-man core that RNG has elected to keep.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, how well does this experiment work with just swapping Xiaohu out? That's the biggest question coming into the year for RNG, honestly, is how do they do without Xiaohu? Angel now being the mainstay mid laner. We'll see if that's going to work out for them. I feel like a lot of pressure on this game for RNG. They need a solid win here. Like, in the grand scheme of the LPL, I feel like they, as an organization, they've got to find this win, and they've got to look good.
A lot of defensive tools on the side of LGD. We see Barrier picked up by LPC, and then Xin Zhao exhaust and heal. So wanting to prevent those all-ins, wanting to prevent the aggression from coming out, knowing that if RNG can't snowball ahead, they will be able to take this one. To where for Haichao going with the Aerie, so knowing that in terms of the individual isolated 1v1, he will have impact, he will have pressure, and if he could like shut down Angel, keep him in lane, LGD as a whole gets some nice vision around mid, so you can spot which side Twisted Fate is leaning to. It feels like that is what will give LGD the way to play around and again, like look for cross-map plays against where the Twisted Fate's going, or if you can set up early enough, even look for some counter ganks.
Yeah. We'll see if they're going to find those opportunities. I think RNG kind of changing their style a little bit here, trying something new with the Twisted Fate in the mid lane. Really interesting to see with Tabe leaving this organization as well at the start of this month. I feel like I'm curious to, in a couple of weeks' time, once there's been more time for the new version of the squad to develop, see where we go versus where we were earlier in the split. Gala going to be exhausted the bottom side. This Ming trying to trade back, and LPC could be in trouble. Barrier has to come on through, but Xin Zhao still firing away. LPC moving back in, but the healing coming out from Ming. A heavy, heavy trade in the bottom side.
We need to remember there's sustain on both sides, so even though these trades do look quite brutal right now, so if they can take advantage of them, like Gala is trying to do, before the Yuumi healing could come in, before Ming can start getting Gala back up to stuff. For now, though, is a trade that, I guess, slightly in favor of RNG. You know, you burned one less summoner, and it looks like LGD's bot lane already in the path where they're looking and hoping to find a reset, but Gala and Ming not letting that happen.
No, absolutely not. As they're forced back underneath their tower. Gala going to try and crash this wave as the reset comes on through here. This Ming. Okay, LPC does cancel. I was going to say, at this point, I'm not sure resetting is the play if you're LPC. You need to get that wave. You need to get the XP at very least, as the cannon will go down. LPC takes a chunk just for trying to get close.
And look at Wei. He's going to be playing around this, but Meteor's already here, and Meteor is a level up. So I don't think RNG is going to be able to do anything with this. We can see Wei already starting to back off. Nice presence by Meteor. Just end your clear here. Look for the reset and prevents any of these aggressive plays from coming out onto the LGD bot lane.
Yeah, really well played though by RNG at the start of this one to just put a huge amount of pressure onto this area, trying to build a lead individually. Wei in the tri-brush here. I don't think they're going to be able to find this one. Just a bit more damage onto LPC from Gala. He's been pretty much out of mana. But this wave is kind of going to ruin everything. I think they're going to have to clear another wave before they can go for a reset.
2022, July 30th. Was that really the last time? My guess is that would be saying that. My guess is that would be saying the last time we saw Twisted Fate in the LPL, but it does feel quite quite long ago.
I can believe it though, right? Like, it's been a while since Twisted Fate was a big thing. Like, the start of summer last year. Yeah, I can see that. Was that the start of summer or is that halfway through summer? I always find that the spring and summer split names are terrible.
That would be like,
we're not even in spring yet.
That would be like 2 weeks away from the regular season ending.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, playoffs usually would happen in summer around like mid-August, so that would be end of July.
Yeah. I mean, LEC have finally figured out that this part of the year is actually winter, not spring. Like, they finally have a winter split. Most of spring split is played in the winter, not in spring. True. And then summer is like late spring into summer. We have a weird, like, naming convention in League of Legends for that.
I guess you do it because that is when, like, your right?
the
Like
playoffs
spring,
are,
exactly,
yeah.
like spring finals. Like you don't want to call it like winter split and then spring. I guess you could winter split, spring playoffs, but it does feel a bit confusing.
I mean, you could just call it split 1 and split 2.
True.
Like, it doesn't have to be like seasonal, especially since it's really not seasonal. Either way, though, not actually important. We are now hitting the level 6 on the Twisted Fate. That is always one of the most important parts of any Twisted Fate game.
And with how aggressive their bot lane's been, and the fact that you already know Fiora's going to just scale up and do fine in this matchup on her own, I would expect them to lean towards bot side. You can already see them getting their vision set up now and making sure there are no wards to spot out any of Angel's incoming move timers to set up for the plays. So already breaking down some of the vision in Dragon Pit, and it's going to now put a lot of like anxiety on LGD's bottom lane of like, hey, if Twisted Fate anytime just dips into Fog of War, do we have to be worried? Do we have to back off and potentially give over CS and give up pressure?
Yeah, that'll be one of the big questions is, can they actually contest? Can they actually be a part of this? Both teams are here, but LPC clearing out in the bottom side as Meteor jumps into the back of the pit. He's gonna have to dive back out, and that will guarantee the Drake for the side of RNG.
I like that LGD don't choose to contest because if your bot lane wraps around just the way these comps work, right, having the Destiny online, just making TP towards the bot side, you just collapse on one side of the fight, and then you're left where maybe 2 members have gone down, and Meteor and Hydra wouldn't really be able to join up, so we already knew LGD won't have too many options in terms of outright contesting RNG in fights this early, which always said it's about like counter-engaging and preventing plays from coming through, or punishing windows where you can see Way or you can see Angel somewhere and, you know, like looking for the opposite end play. So yeah. LGD, the fact that they aren't really falling too far behind, bit of a gold lead for RNG, but what's really scary is once these proactive plays really start coming out.
Yeah. It's once Angel gets out onto the mat, and Way, once he's level 6 as well, like at the level 5 mark currently, that'll be a big moment for him to be able to be a little bit more aggressive with the way that he ganks Wukong. Not the greatest ganker early before you get that ultimate, but Meteor still on that bottom side. Way sees it and is desperate to gank to dive this bottom lane, but it's just not being allowed by Meteor.
Meteor doing a good job of covering for his lanes, but I'll give RNG's bot lane. Oh, big trade.
Yeah.
But RNG's bot lane doing a great job of keeping up the pressure, which is converting into plates. They're already almost done with breaking down the second plate, which is where a large amount of this like 1K gold lead is coming from RNG. Is the fact that their bot lane has been able to out-pressure LPC and Jinjiao so heavily.
And now we're starting to get to the point as well where Angel has enough wave clear to just force the wave out in the mid lane. Haichao needs to wait a little while until he'll have that level up on his E to be able to just one-shot those waves and have that same level of pressure. Breathe moves back into that top side, but like you mentioned, Gala and Ming close to finishing that plate. They will finally do so. So I believe they cancelled their recall. Or has Gala just used that much mana? They must have cancelled their recall, right?
Yeah. Mana has been cancelled, decided to stay in lane for now.
Wade just managed to grab himself that Scuttle Crab's Meteor. Tried to contest, tried to get rid of that ward, but it's not going to happen for the time being. And now Gala and Ming get to push yet another wave in. They get to look for yet another play, potentially.
And, you know, we don't see it every game, but we have been seeing it more, right, of Lucian just sitting on the early serrated dirt and able to find that strong presence in lane. They're going to do that here knowing, like, the advantage they have to find, how they need to snowball. And so far, it's been working out quite well. RNG can't let LGD have this Herald, so just showing a bit of power up towards this top side and making sure that you're the team who gets this objective. You can break down bot side turret and really start rotating Gala around the map.
Yeah.
Is going to be the game plan for RNG.
You can see the LPC in the bottom side now starting to move up top, whereas Gala is headed towards that bottom lane. So this could lead to an advantage for LGD, in all honesty, where if you've got Gala in the bottom side, perhaps you can't go for the contest straight away. But Angel with that ultimate does change things a little bit. Should have full information. They've seen LPC at this point. But it's RNG. Maybe you just commit to this. They're going for an invade on the red side and looking to get Gala some solo plays in the bottom lane.
So we'll take advantage of the fact that LGD committing so many resources up towards top side to get Herald. Also, it means they're dodging out on the 2v2, which I feel like is the other half of the goal in this one, knowing that it would just be a matter of time before this will just break down anyway. Now we're going to see all members of LGD actually try to make their way down. Remember that Angel could match any play, so there isn't going to be like numbers advantage on the side of LGD, even if they did find a fight here. But RNG just going to respect it, going to back off. They have complete vision in this red side jungle, so they know everything that's going on.
4 plates taken in the bottom lane by Gala and Ming here. Gala managed to get one of those plates solo as well, so a huge amount of gold in his pocket. Meteor obviously did manage to get himself that the Rift Herald, so we'll see where he's going to be able to impact the game with that, but it's looking like bottom lane.
That's the big thing, right? Is, you know, getting Rift Herald always good, but when you have no lanes, Angel should be fine. When you have no lanes and are like really able to push
Hang on a second, all in the top side, Breathe. Going to be looking to proc those vitals. We've seen him do it before on Fiora. There's the healing coming up through. Xiao Shu wants to try and turn this around with the knock-up. The riposte goes wide. One more Q finishes the job, and Breathe walks away with a solo kill.
Great outplay by him, dodging out on some of the damage coming from Xiao Shu, but Wei!
Wei's in trouble, has the level 6 available, forced to flash over the wall, but Meteor to follow it. High Chow there as well, and they one-shot the monkey as Angel. Nothing he can do, and this one with Chaos Storm gonna land as well, as the Herald comes down in the mid lane.
And you needed to find an opportunity like this to be able to drop this Herald. I love how on point LGD were with following that one up, knowing they'd have the damage as long as they both commit their flashes. So, Kill at least traded for the shenanigans that happened on the top side, and maybe you can start getting things going a little bit faster. Sadly, though, didn't look like Victor was able to get any of the gold. We're gonna go straight into the replay of what happens here. Procs one vital. Instantly going to pop the ult, dodges out on that Q, which feels like it was pretty monstrous. And that was the story of Breathe, right? With the Ghost pop, just consistently dodging out on some of these Qs. And then once he missed his riposte here, I thought, ooh, this might cost him. He might go down to turret, but luckily able to get away in the end.
Yeah, managing to survive the play. Really well done. And then Meteor obviously just finding a way. He was stood just outside of that bridge, so didn't see the ward until it was too late. Great follow-up, though. I love the double flash coming out there, being on the same page. It's Angel with that pick a card available. This is going to be a second Drake for RNG, unless something can happen, but it's taken before LPC and Meteor can get in.
2K gold lead for RNG, now sitting on 2 Drakes. And even though we haven't really seen any huge plays come out from this Twisted Fate just yet, which is what we've been highlighting, like we want to see from RNG, it feels like it's what they need. We need to remember their mid-game and their one-item power spike is their strongest point, and that's where you really need to see things come online, and that's when even things like their 1-3-1 can start to shine. We already see Fiora winning up against the Cassante, and then Victor very uncomfortable in the side lane as compared to the Twisted Fate with that Destiny.
Xiao Shu could be in big trouble here as Breathe just slamming out the DPS, ultimate available. The Vital being on the opposite side of Cassante, I think maybe just denies an all-in opportunity there. If Breathe can get that Vital, proc another one, perhaps that's an opportunity to use his ultimate, but won't find that window for now. Gala and Ming off on the side of this mid lane. Haichao's going to want to try and clear that wave. In we go with the Destiny. Look at the CC chain. In fact, it wasn't even a chain. That was just a gold card. It died before the stun ended.
That was the gold card, and that was just the tremendous amount of burst. Gale Force already online for Gala. I mean, 3 mythics picked up, which LGD are close. They have 2, and LTC on his way to be able to get his Immortal Shield Bow. But this is where we're really going to be looking at Gala to be able to take over and push that advantage even further. Sure, not too far ahead in terms of the CS. We've seen 4 plates going over to him. Plates are just going down now, but looks like Gala and Ming will be even able to get this in the end. Angel in mid lane to cover that turret and make sure that LPC Jinzhao should be able to get too much damage done.
And crucially, Ming not only getting an assist on the kill in the mid lane, but also that local gold on the bottom side means that he should be able to finish off that mandate as well, which we always talk about this with Lucian Nami. The mandate is a massive spike for this duo.
They want to find this. They have
a second pick on Haichao. Still doesn't have flash available. He's already gone. I mean, before he even lands on the floor.
They didn't even need the culling. Just the tidal wave into the bubble. The amount of burst that Gala already has was enough to be able to take this through. And now, I mean, when we were talking about snowballing the game, playing out through side lanes, not even doing it with Dissipate, doing it with the Lucian Nami. And this gold lead kind of coming out of nowhere with how slow-paced the game's been. A lot of it coming from plates, a lot of it coming from these small solo kills and like small advantages. CS in mid, CS in top. But we're already at 4,000 for RNG.
Yeah, I mean, there is a CS lead in every single lane. Even in support, there's a CS lead. So far, this is just RNG outlaning their opponents. And with 2 Drakes on the back of that as well, they lean themselves towards a Soul if they can get the next 2 Drakes. So it feels like every advantage going the way of RNG. That said, though, we did talk earlier about the fact that LGD have a ton of scaling. Like, their late game team fight is insane. So RNG do now need to continue this snowball rolling, pick up the pace, and find more concrete advantages for the late game.
We're seeing Meteor once again go with what he was doing the other day, which is just going straight warm-outs first on the Sejuani and kind of valuing the upkeep and like the time you get to stay on the map longer as compared to like anything else that could maybe just be going straight to a Radiant Virtue or something else. Did work out for him the other day. So far, LGD not able to put themselves in an area of advantage. So you wouldn't really expect it with the composition as we were highlighting earlier on right there. They want this to be like their match against NIP where game 1 went to 50 minutes. They would love that.
They would absolutely love that, but I don't think RNG are inclined in the same way. Especially when, like, if you do get into a late game scenario, the big issue, the thorn in LGD's side is going to be Breathe, right? Where he's already massively ahead, already has that mythic like we mentioned before, but has boots halfway towards the next item as well. The split push threat of that Fiora is going to be devastating to mid game.
Especially when you have a Twisted Fate alongside that, because you don't just have to think of like, oh, Destiny into top and find a kill for Breathe. It's like Destiny to top, but you have unsealed spellbook, so you can still have TP, so even if the team tries to cross map, like you could theoretically still TP both your Twisted Fate and your Fiora to a play after killing top lane, so you not only find a pick on sides, you would also have numbers advantage. So definitely a lot to think about in terms of like side laning and the threat there between these two champions.
Absolutely. Not to mention, in terms of scaling, Road of Ages, halfway done. 5 stacks on that already. This Hai Chao, really afraid to leave the turret at this point, and I don't blame him. He's done it twice, and he got killed both times. So it's a tough position to be in, especially when you know that you're against that Twisted Fate. If you step too far out, you will be punished.
Now LGD angling around mid, but okay.
Big damage. Meteor actually all-inning onto Ming instead of the AD carry. Ming flashing out backside of the fight. This is 5 players from LGD. Ming trying to get away. Meteor flashing to try and close that gap as Angel comes in. The blast code gets Ming out. And now a gold card onto Meteor. Instead, Gala on the bottom side of the plate. Culling goes ever so slightly too short. But they walk away. And that's all RNG needed.
They walk away, they did have to blow some summoners to do so, but there were summoners used, like Meteor's Flash, to try to get that play, as well as a TP from Hai Chao. This still might turn into a dragon for the side of LGD since they have so many members here. Ming making his way for base down. It looks like RNG, they don't want to give this one up uncontested.
No. I mean, they still have the Wukong ultimate, right? Which is a huge teamfight tool. And Meteor not having that engage tool for himself could make it difficult for LGD. Scala tries to find damage onto Hai Chao. Might get it turned around, though, as LGD caught up in a bubble. Angel forwards as well. Big damage coming across the team. Meteor knocked up on the front line and taken down by Breathe. Xiaoshu looking for the knock himself, but I don't think he'll find his way in.
No, and now RNG going to be able to turn this right into a dragon. So this is going to be sole point for them at 19, not even 19 minutes into the game. Can be setting up for 24-minute Soul. And we've already seen Breathe and I almost said Xiaohu because the DF Angel in the side lanes extending these leads. Good to see RNG able to make this work with Angel slotting in. We're going to go back to how this started. Trying to all in on Gala, but not able to bring him down. Beautiful bubble and gold card coming out from Ming and Angel to make sure a lot of these members are locked down. It chains and gives enough time for Wei to be able to get in, and ultimately Breathe being the damage dealer that takes down Meteor. But it feels like a lot of it coming down to that CC stalling them out, buying time for Wei to join in, and then just the consistent DPS coming out from Breathe and Gala.
Yeah. I think Breathe as well, like kind of sneaking in at the end there to finish the kill off. He was trying to get LPC in the fight. They were pretty close to getting LPC as well. I mean, Barrier and Flash, both burnt, could be huge in the next scrap, which could be soon, honestly, because with how far ahead RNG are, like 6,000 gold, Baron's up in 10 seconds, and I wouldn't put it past him.
No, right now, sitting around that area, I don't think they've like, shouldn't have the fastest Baron at this point, especially wanting to use Breathe on sides. The hard thing is, LGD have no TPs. So if you send anyone to match Fiora and bot, that's when it starts opening up plays towards topside for RNG to maybe threaten Barons or look for picks into the enemy jungle. Because right now, I mean, Xiaoshu finally made his way down, but what can he do by himself?
He definitely can't 1v1 this, as Angel going to move in as well. There will be no 1v1. Grand Challenge going to be pushed, and that is enough for Xiao to back away. Angel comes back into the mid lane, straight onto a stun, but manages to dodge the laser anyway.
So they were hoping, with other members having to go down to contain Breathe, that it would have opened up a dive in mid lane. But LBC and Juju are not committing heavily enough for that opportunity to be able to come out. So it's kind of going to need to be a rinse and repeat for RNG. Just keep Breathe down there. You still have that TP available. But Haichao's will be up soon. So he can start being a member who at least catches waves in sides and doesn't allow for RNG to have their full playbook available to them in terms of like pulling members of LGD around the map.
Looking for LPC. Just that one double auto is half of LPC's HP. That is the amount of damage that Gala and Ming are able to do. And you have to remember that Gala has that Gale Force, so just a tiny bit more damage and he can threaten lethal here as Meteor over the wall looking for the Permafrost but won't find it as Wei behind enemy lines. There are the cards. There's a double kill for Wei as he sneaks out under the turret as well. Meteor wants to punish, but there's just nothing he can do.
2 kills go over to the side of RNG. Both LPC and Jinzhao getting taken down in that exchange. Luckily for LGD, RNG's health bars are too low to like convert that into a Baron or any massive objective, but still, just bringing this gold lead up even further, getting even more items under the belt. We see the stopwatch now picked up by Angel, so he can look for plays where he Destiny's in, starts off a fight, and still has that safety behind him.
Yeah.
So it feels like RNG, I mean, again, have not lost a step, getting more reps in with Angel with compositions that they were very known for. We're going to see here Gala looking like he went in too far, but wait, he's been waiting for this opportunity in that brush the whole time, finally finds it. Angel is time to join up to make sure that the Yumi's locked in as well, and it's so tragic. Meteor not able to completely follow up and finish off Gala. It seems like kind of panic reacting of like, oh my god, they're on our 80 carry, I need to get back, what do we do? Still wasn't enough to stop Wei.
Angel down to the bottom side now as RNG decide to change up how they're positioning around the map. As Angel can threaten on that bottom side Destiny there to be able to get him up towards the Baron in just a few seconds at very least. And we'll see what the answer is from LGD, because especially with Fiora on the top side, we talked about how Twisted Fate not the fastest at Baron, Fiora is. So could be an issue for LGD if they lose control of the map.
I feel like a big thing should be once RNG can finally take down this mid turret, because it's going to open up a lot more space on the map for this Destiny to be able to impact. It's going to give a lot more like dangerous room where if LGD walk what looks like isn't too far forward, but is too far forward up against the Destiny, starts setting up for even more pick potential to be able to come on through. So for LGD, it seems like just try and keep a line of defensive vision, which they haven't even been able to do because RNG have done such a great job of aggressing into the enemy jungle. We can see top side wards completely in RNG's favor, and even bot side they're trying to do now. So, but for LGD, it's trying to sit down and install.
Angel forced to flash away here. Cleanse going to be used as well. The gold card to try and buy himself some time. Destiny available, but I don't know if he'll be able to get it off. The silence comes on through. There's the stun coming on out. Gold card. I mean, there's just too many people jumping on top of him. But that's 2 towers down. I mean, we talked about the tier 1 in the mid lane. It's going to be an inhib in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's going to be 3 turrets, maybe. I mean, it should be an inhib if RNG read that LGD would go straight towards the dragon, but instead wanting to pick that up themselves because it is Soul. LGD are actually starting this one up. Haichao doesn't have TP, but Xiaoshu does. Breathe already walking over here, so he doesn't have to expend his, potentially.
Angel will have TP in 20 seconds as well. Garland trying to threaten here. 6k on the Dragon. LGD want to do this as fast as possible, but Wei is here.
It's a bluff. They're just trying to buy time for Breathe to push in at top side.
Oh, I see. Meteor wants to go for the Drake as Wei would love to get a steal anyway. That's the Drake taken. But like you say, Breathe takes tier 2 in the top side. And now a TP over towards Baron from Angel. Are they just going to brute force this?
Oh, looks like they are. Looks like they are. We see Breathe going for the recall. He's going to come back with a Hull Breaker, so another completed item online.
Wow.
And they're just going to look to rush this down.
24 minutes, 3 items on that Fiora. The Baron just going to get burnt. It's a macro masterclass from RNG. Like you say, buying time for Breathe from the rest of RNG. They don't care about the Dragon Soul. They're just going to get a Baron instead.
Baron, they extend their gold lead. They have this buff in a 1-3-1 where both Breathe and Angel are going to be able to utilize it to perfection to keep getting this damage down. Even seeing Angel pick up another item as well. Like, Yeah, RNG. They were favorites coming into this
Breed
I think
could be in trouble.
he should be fine. Oh,
Oh no! What? The Zeri auto hit the blast code. I mean, there's not even anything else PC can do about that.
yeah, other than just not auto, right? But again, I want to go back to RNG might be favorites coming in, but the fact that it has been this clean really has been a statement. They came in with what looks like a very set game plan in terms of how their draft panned out, and a composition that they have been known to run over the years. They have not. It doesn't look like they've even lost a step on it. So
No.
huge props to them.
Yeah, I get it now. Bring an Angel into this RNG roster. They're like, we need a new Twisted Fate player. And Angel's the guy. Angel played plenty of Twisted Fate back on Suning all that time ago. So LPC getting chunked out in the mid lane. And I love this, pressuring the mid lane so that Breathe gets space on the top side of the map to then move the minion waves in and look towards another inhib, or perhaps look for more, threatening the Nexus towers at this point. And again, that buys that space on the rest of the map.
Yeah, they should be able to keep this siege going. LGD might have decent wave clear, but the item advantages are just too large.
Yeah, and wave clear don't do that much against Baron minions. It's the Nexus tower, half HP, LGD. They got to do something. They're just watching the game end in front of them here. Gala dodging away from the stun. LPC getting back to Fountain himself to survive the attempt from Breed there. But RNG just playing this as slow as they need. Here we go, the all-in finally comes on through, but Meteor cannot finish these kills. Health bars alone. Ming, Gala both walking away here. Xin Zhao to fall.
None of them died.
How does nobody go down? RNG with a macro masterclass.
We have another player on RNG who now smiles. Angel smiles in mid lane. You love
Angel's always
to see
grinning.
it. Yeah, and I like that you hit on kind of as a joke, like bringing in another Twisted Fate player. But that is kind of, I'd say, the best part about the Angel pickup is when you think about Angel, like, he does have some champions that immediately gravitate towards you. Yakali, Galio, Twisted Fate, and Azir kind of being the big four. But it's like, so two of those, very much in RNG's wheelhouse. One of them really being a champion that RNG could never play, which was the Azir. Not that, whether Xiao could or can't, who knows, but they didn't. So you now have that. And then Angel also being a player who has played like the Malzahars, the Seraphines, the Vel'Koz. So
Kassadin.
it feels like you not only brought a player who can very much fit the wheelhouse of like what you were doing right, but also with more time, with more like theory, also gives you like a lot of like new options or like dynamic picks in that mid lane.
It's like potential strategies that have now been unlocked for RNG.
Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself because they didn't need to go towards those. They just went back to like a tried and true RNG bread and butter, and it worked. LGD kept it cohesive, which was one of the things you highlighted you wanted to see. But sadly, it's like keeping it cohesive in this way when you're like with your draft being so straightforward, late game team fights, 5v5s. They weren't even able to get there to show us what they could do.
This is the thing, like when you draft full late game in the way that LGD did here, if you fall behind in the early game and you're against a team like RNG that will extend that lead, that will force a Baron, that will force Drakes and build that into more, like you have to bring something else to the table. You have to have, this is why people always talk about like, this is the kind of thing where you'd get like a Lee Sin jungle alongside late game compositions, just so that you had that bit of pressure early on enough that you could stay in touching distance and make it to the late game.
Even things like the early game leads that were able to find an isolated situation, try like the 2v2 being the big one. Sure, the CS wasn't really building up that much, but Gala and Ming get a good trade, and then they did a great job of preventing LPC and Xin Zhao from resetting for that longest time in those first few minutes. And then, okay, you have like a low health Zeri, she has no mana, low mana Yuumi, and then Gala and Ming just get to stand in your face and keep taking your turret plates because it just felt like the speed at which RNG got to their mythics and their first items was insane.
It was terrifying. And across the board, they were solidly ahead of the opposite member. And then everyone always talks about mythic spikes. When you got 5 mythic spikes against 0, like that is a huge moment in any game. No matter what your composition is, that's a huge moment. And then when you've got a Twisted Fate comp, I mean, it's even bigger. So absolute domination from RNG. We're going to jump into a break. And then fingers crossed, LGD can show us what they're made of after.
would fight for the motherland. Be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero, I could be your hero. Fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero. Fighting for your love soul, yeah. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero, I could be your hero. Fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero. Fighting for your love soul, yeah.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world clasps the earth in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back to what it's not. Deepest oceans, they can't portray enough empty spaces, time to rust and dust. There's no wonder left for us to love. No warmth or shelter, just satellites above. All the shots bring it back to
trading their dreams for someone like you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. Everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Oh my, you got their attention. All eyes are following you. You got some magical secret. Just keep doing whatever you do. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do.
Welcome back, everybody, to week number 6 here in the LPL, as we are looking towards the end of day number 1 right here. Could be 2 more games, could be just the 1, as RNG looking absolutely dominant in game number 1 of the series. And LGD now really going to have their work cut out coming back into game number 2. We need to see more early game pressure. We need to see some early game existence from RNG,
Yeah.
from LGD.
We need to see them definitely be able to like contest, be able to match some plays, and especially their lanes, not just fall so far behind like we saw in the 2v2 in bot lane, you know, 1v1, just across the board. You pointed it out, like literally across the board, there were CS advantages for the side of RNG, and they were able to snowball the pressure just consistently.
And I think the key player in snowballing that pressure was Gala on the Lucian. Really, really great game from him, where he was really towing that line of going forwards and getting damage out, but not over pushing it, not getting caught out and dying himself. So I feel like that is often the deciding factor on whether or not you're a good Lucian in this current meta is, can you put that pressure out without getting caught yourself?
Yeah, the way they were doing it in the 2v2 especially was just so impressive. Again, just even if it wasn't turning out into a huge CS lead early on, getting those plays, chunking that out, looking for cool plays like this, where they don't even give Haichao a chance to succeed. And then, yeah, in team fights, really towing that line and just, sure, maybe he wasn't always the one picking up the kill, but he was always the one that set up the kill to be picked up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, here, like, barely surviving against Meteor, who honestly maybe could kill Gala if he just
I think he could have, but it seemed a bit like, oh wait, they're dripping on our backline, like I need to get back. But it was already, damage had already been done. Gala had already chunked LPC out to like 20% HP, and then easy for way to finish the job.
Yeah, fantastic stuff coming out from RNG. A phenomenal game number 1 in this series. And, you know, one of my big questions coming into this was like, can RNG be consistent? They've got 2 wins in a row so far. Can they turn it into 3? Can they keep building this momentum that seems to be getting behind them? It's feeling like a yes right now, unless LGD brings something new to the table. And like I said before, I feel like we need more proactivity from LGD in the early game, because RNG clearly, as we've just seen, game number 1 is a case study of the fact that if you give them the tools, RNG are going to just snowball a game out of control.
It is quite interesting that like we've seen LGD's bot lane like play, you know, the Heimerdinger, Shinjo's most play champion, like they brought out the Varus. We haven't seen them flex much into marksman other than the Ashe, which is a marksman that has been a support for a long time now as compared to like a lot of these recent ones.
Yeah.
But it's like Jinzhao was an AD carry. Jinzhao did go to Worlds on Aime as an AD carry. They've been kind of one of the teams that have strayed away from them a bit. And right, that's where we're seeing a lot of early game power come from, is like these marksman supports. And even
we need to see his Vayne. We need to see his Vayne down in that support role. Is that where we're going with this?
I'm up for it. Sounds fun.
I mean, I'm up for it as a viewer.
I feel like looking at other roles, it's like, okay, Meteor has like played Nidalee, played Elise, but still mostly on like, you hit on even things like the Zac and even Silas being something that's more of like a jungler 4 later on. A lot of their other roles have just predominantly stuck to more scaling picks, other than, I guess, Haichao with like the Jace and Tristana.
Yeah. Where is Zac in the meta? Like, I remember the start of this split, everyone was saying like, Zac is the best character in every single role of the game. We're still on that beginning patch, and Zac is not played ever.
I mean, to be fair, like I don't know. I guess I don't know where like we were hearing everyone saying this, because it's only, it's only been played 3 times. I do know. Again, I've hit on this earlier in the cast, but like I know in the VCS pre-split showdown thing, they were playing a bunch of tanks. And I loved it, but yeah, sadly never got to see it translate. could be a way to punish a lot of like immobile champions. We have a lot of mobility in the meta right now too, to be fair. Azir in the mid lane, Akali in the mid lane, a lot of these types of champions. But jumping in, we immediately go towards the Sejuani once again for LGD. So setting up for the potential of those strong soul laners. Of course, in game 1 we did have the Victor, but like I highlighted for Haichao, you at least do have flex picks in that lane like Renekton and Jace on through. He's also someone who has played, which I guess not melee, but has played a Tristana if there's like a way that can work in your draft. Because I agree, Munch, we need to see them able to put up more of a fight in the early game, as RNG already setting up at least their bot lane 2v2 for success with his Ashe pick.
Feels good to be a fan of the Freljord in this draft so far. Both teams. The Sejuani and then the Ashe in the first picks. What is that picture of Way?
I don't know.
Wait, was that Gala?
It
like
was. It was. Oh, no.
I wish I could read the signs.
Right,
I really wish I could read the signs.
You know, and there's probably a lot of people in like the chats who can read the signs.
The multiple
and
chats.
Exactly.
The many chats.
The amalgamate, the multiverse of chats.
Well, let's head over to the League of Legends forum. Find out.
If we were in those chats much, we would know what those signs say. But we get a very stock and standard bot lane matchup. We don't need anyone to tell us this. This Heimerdinger is going to get locked in.
Oh, yeah.
There it is.
I have to say, I feel like this bot lane matchup is quite boring.
No, I love it. Because this brings me back to the days of Season 7, where it was like Ashe, Jhin, Varus with like Zyra, Malzahar, Misfortune, those. And the thing I love about it is like, sure, maybe watching lane could be boring, but I'd much prefer like 80 carries and even supports having these like huge potential team fight ultimates level 6 to like start fights or find picks. And like, okay, well, we're scaling, boyos.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, especially Ashe.
Yes.
Like, the ability to just go, okay, we are fighting now. And especially when Ming is playing Ashe because he just doesn't miss for some reason. Like, I definitely agree with that. I'm more just talking like early laning, 4-range champions. Nobody ever really fights. Like, you know, I like to watch people brawl.
Oh, you want the Samiras. So,
Yeah.
So what you're saying is
I just need to watch more RNG.
So you're saying you don't want, you're not saying for Jinx Aphelios, you want,
You want
Samira versus Lucian, Draven.
Get the Dravens in there, yeah, exactly.
I feel that is
exactly. Callista, give me some more of that.
If people are wondering why we're not talking about the draft going on screen, this is one of the
it's
most...
It's the same as every draft we've ever seen.
This is, you know, we've had some drafts like go a bit off script, be a bit fun. The OMG win against CT the other day where we're getting, again, interesting things come on out. But here it's like, okay, one of the most expected first rotations that you could get. Maybe on 4, we get to see another Flare come out. Considering that they were willing to blind pick something like the Twisted Fate in Game 1, now that will be taken away. So maybe RNG will get forced onto something different. We already highlighted as the Azir even being the safest option in Game 1. That is still there this time around.
I think they're going to lock in Azir. I think that's where we're going.
Smiling, cheeky grin on Angel's face.
Oh. I mean, he's played Orianna. She's not the most exciting champion, but it's slightly out of the better.
He's played Vel'Koz in the past.
Has he?
I think so. I think I remember once playing Vel'Koz. I could be totally wrong. I know he's played, again, like the Malzahar, the Seraphines.
Xiaohu.
I love how they bring in Tangyuan and they try to get him to be Xiaohu. Eventually realize it can't work. And
like,
now, yeah, have just...
Angel, how do you feel about being Xiaohu? Like, oh, yeah, I can do that.
Multi-time champion? Maybe the most decorated player in the LPL? Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I guess I
Ooh.
go for that. Okay.
We get some spice on the side of LGD. We get some potential proactivity coming out with the Yone.
Melee solo laners as well alongside the Sejuani, so a lot of potential power right there. And, you know, RNG asking Angel if he's going to be Xiaohu. LGD saying, forget Xiaohu, we got Xiaoshu with the Jax.
You know, we have Cassante coming out. That was too much. People, the way he delivered that was with too much spice, and I was not ready for it. But we got some fun drafts coming out, at least from the side of LGD. Again, it should signal for more proactivity, more aggression coming out from the mid-jungle 2v2. You want to see Meteor giving Haichao attention. Haichao, a player who has shown in previous games that he can carry with resources, and Angel should be feeling the heat in this one. You know Xiaoshu, with time, will be able to take over as well. And yeah, it feels like this time around, LGD have a lot more tools to be able to contest, To where for RNG, they still have some of the things that made them successful in game 1, like a mid laner that has a global to be able to influence, you know, side lane matchups if Gala and Ming do as well in the 2v2 as they did in game 1.
Yeah, this one doesn't feel as cut and dry in terms of like early game versus late game. Like game number 1 did, I feel like there is much more team fight available for both sides, if that makes sense. But I am excited for this LGD comp with the Jax and the Yone with Sejuani. Like, you would hope that Sejuani plays towards those solo lanes and tries to set them up for just dominating, basically. And my question then is, how do Wei and Angel respond to that? Do they try and play up towards the top side as well? Or do we see Breathe left alone playing that Cassante and Gala and Ming trying to dominate in the bottom side instead?
Yeah, Wei definitely has some things to think about there because, like, if you could set Haicha behind, take his flash, not give him the same availability to look for those all-ins like we saw earlier when Yone got punished, of course it was against Tristana, that could be huge. But you always have to think in the back of your mind, like, can Sejuani be here? Because if Sejuani's here, we could potentially lose out on this 2v2 because of that passive that's able to be there. So it's going to be a lot for Wei to think about, like, vision control. Going to be incredibly important for the side of RNG to spot out where Meteor is going in this game number 2.
Well, as is standard, RNG going to charge everybody down into this bottom side to deal with the Heimerdinger turrets. I'm still waiting for the game where we see the team that has Heimerdinger also send 5 players to protect Heimerdinger's turrets for the early lane advantage. Like, I feel like that's the next step in the meta that we need to see.
What do you think the most used Heimer skin is in LPL? I have not paid attention at all.
I think it's the Hazmat one. I feel like the Walter White, you know, Heisendinger skin is probably the most common.
I think the best Heimer skin is the Dragon one.
Yeah, it's really cute.
It is the cutest by far.
Same
But
with Tristana.
yeah, I feel like it's the one we
Wriggle.
don't see too much of. I mean, that is
I
literally...
mean, I have no idea, to be honest.
I can also be completely wrong. You know how many times I pay attention to the skin that the Heimer is using in the games we cast? Never. So this is the first one.
This is the first time I've thought about it.
Yeah, I'm like, huh.
In the history
I
of
don't
LPL.
know how often we see the mechanic one, but, you know, here we are.
Yeah. The Piltover Customs Heimerdinger, I believe it's called. Also Piltover Customs Blitzcrank skin, the one with the cool fire coming off of the wheels.
Would have been cool to get a Blitzcrank in this game. Or, you know what else would be great? If we get the Shy's top lane Alistar at some point.
That's true. You know, the one player that plays Blitzcrank in the LPL, missing. That man has a hell of a Blitzcrank behind him. Never see it anymore, but you know what? I feel like if you're a great Blitzcrank player, you're inevitably going to join one of the best teams in the LPL based on this one-player case study.
I think Hung also had played it
True, yeah.
twice previous year.
Well, congratulations, Hung. Next year, you're going to be on one of the top teams in the LPL.
I mean, to be fair,
he's already on one of the top teams
he already
in the
is.
LPL.
LG doing quite well right now.
Look, all I'm saying is the theory's holding up so far. So play more Blitzcrank, ladies and gentlemen at home. That's how you become a top LPL support.
LGD wanting to find this on mid. Angel doing a great job of hovering up towards the top side of the river, even if his jungler isn't there right now. Just the read of where Meteor would be has been on point. Could also punish him if Meteor does just wrap around, especially considering the Xiaoshu does have Prio up in that top side. So Meteor doesn't have to be afraid of being in the top side river whatsoever if Xiaoshu was able to quickly join up.
Way moving down to the bottom side. The Scry's Bloom, I believe, did catch that ward. Yeah, it did. So Wei will be able to clear that vision. And LPC and Jinjiao do have to be a little cautious not to overpush this one.
Wei wanting to put a lot of attention towards bot lane in this series. Maybe honing in on that as one of the areas they can attack this LGD roster quite easily. Even in terms of draft, we hit on, though, about the soul lanes, you always have to be a bit conscious of the X factor that is, like, is Meteor around and can he counter gank? Because those counter ganks would be very potent. So for now, Wei not even looking at those options just far and knows in 1v1s like Cassante, gonna do fine. Breed's gonna be fine in this matchup. And same for Angel, gonna have a lot of early damage to provide and just using your range over the Yone on the opposing side to make sure that nothing comes through.
Ming getting aggressed upon there by Jinjiao. If LPC lands the Deadly Flourish, that could have been a pick potentially, but couldn't quite find his mark. Good little dodge from Ming to walk away with his life there. Slow and steady early game here, but Breathe could be the target of a gank in this top side as Meteor trying to get in. The first stun lands the flash onto Breathe there as he tries to walk away, but the flail finishes off first blood.
Flail finishes off the kill. Would have been nice to see Xiaoshu be the one to pick it up, but at the end of the day, you're going to take a kill like that where no summoners expended from the Jack. Sure, Meteor does use the flash in the end, but flash off Sejuani isn't the end of the day. Still having that dash to be able to close distance. Now Wei looking for the return gank.
This is bad news for Xiaoshu. He actually jumps in onto Breathe as well, who pulls him further into the play. Wei just waiting on the other side of the wall so Breathe can 1v1 Xiaoshu in the meantime. Flash available for Xiaoshu, but I don't know, can he even get away from this one? The knockback is there for Breathe, who actually isn't winning this 1v1 anymore.
Xiaoshu's playing this so well, actually having to bring up Angel to make sure that this kill even goes across.
Xiaoshu with the counter-strike can't finish the kill off, and Angel will be the one to grab it in the end. Wei had to stay there for so long and doesn't even get an assist.
Yeah, couldn't do anything. That one ward. Xiaoshu playing off that one ward so well to make sure that no easy kills given over. It bought a lot of time. Sets up for LGD to be able to pick up this dragon. So overall, great play coming from Xiaoshu. Him being in his rookie split, I think has been honestly probably the most exciting piece on LGD for me. Like, sure, hasn't had any like super crazy takeover performances, but has had games with like Cassante where he showed off like good mechanics, obviously showing off like good state of mind in that play. Like, not anything crazy, but not just outrageously inting, which is what a lot of rookies.
It's a low bar for rookies in the LPL.
I feel like especially rookie top laners. I feel like rookie top laners must never come in and like show the greatest, the greatest sauce.
I feel like the thing is, a lot of orgs and coaches in LPL, I'm going to hold that thought. Gala taking a lot of damage. Xinjiang traded back up by Ming here. A lot of coaches and scouts in LPL, I feel like really value players that resemble the Shy, at least vaguely.
Yes.
I feel like most of our rookie top laners are these guys that are solo killing in the LPL. So you end up seeing them come into the LPL, and then they're against some of the best top laners in the world. It's like, can you just solo kill these people? Probably not. And then, as you say, outrageous inting.
Yeah. So we're maybe finding, again, people that are like, again, great representation of maybe what a top laner should be is like a Q. Just solid across the board.
Q was going to be my example as well, actually.
Flash burned. Oh!
Double flash burned. Great reactions from Ming there.
Making sure, but still, LGD have done a much better job this time around. Now that they haven't drafted, a Victor, a Zeri Yuumi, to actually proactively be able to look for ways to win the game. Sitting in a slight gold lead right now. They have a Drake, they've burned summoners, and Wei just can't seem to find these opportunities. LGD have been playing around them, whether it's with vision or with things here like the Jhin traps, so well.
Yeah, and this time around, like, it's been a fairly similar early game to game number 1, but this time LGD not falling massively behind in every lane, not falling behind in CS, so seems that they're doing okay. As Wei, attempt number 17 in the bottom side, waiting in the brush, and won't be able to find anything.
Same opportunities not present when LGD aren't making the same amount of mistakes that they were in game 1. Wei still not even level 6 yet. You really want that Cyclone online set up even, easier for these plays to come through.
Uh-oh, Meteor's here. Meteor doesn't have that ultimate, remember, was used in the previous play to force the flash. And it will just be gank for gank. Everybody walks away.
But look at the experience advantage being built up, right? LPC already being level 6 over Gala. Meteor's been 6 for quite a bit now, and we can see Wei's experience bar. He will be level 6 after 1 camp, but with these starting to stack up, that's going to give LGD these slight advantages to be able to win out in these skirmishes, which is what they've already been doing. As we see,
good flash from Xiaoshu. That was close. Breathe trying to force the all in there. Had that knockup landed before the flash went through, that could even be a kill onto Xiaoshu. So very good reactions from him to be able to dodge away from that knockup. And in the meantime, Meteor is going to be able to start off this Herald while Hai Chao pushes in. Should be able to grab a plate in that mid lane. I believe he did.
No contest coming from RNG anywhere on the map, not even just talking about this Herald, right? But with recalls having to come up from bot, not able to set up any aggressive vision towards that bot lane and maybe get their bot lane pushing away from the turret, not able to look for any plays towards top. It has been a game where, like, RNG have tried really hard to be aggressive. Wei has spent so much time around this bot lane, but sadly nothing to come from any of it. Even the one play they found that's resulted in a kill was like a reactive play to Breathe had just gotten ganked and died. And even then, again, Xiaoshu did a great job of just buying so much time to set up for even more plays. So RNG struggling heavily to find anything this time around. And sure, you have the Weaver's Wall online for Angel, but it's going to be very hard to find an opportunity to walk away from that mid lane matchup when Yone, now level 8, has so much pressure.
Breathe getting chased down by Meteor here. Xiaoshu there alongside him. Wei, I don't think, has been spotted at this point. But both Wei and Breathe are a level down on their opponents. If this is a full 2v2, it's trouble, but Meteor finishes his recall off. And Breathe is trying his best to look juicy. Xiaoshu not taking the bait for the time being. And I mean, this is exactly what we were talking about. This is what we want from Xiaoshu, to show that he is this good, consistent top laner that isn't just going to try and brute force plays just for the sake of it.
And going back to our earlier example, because we didn't really get to explain about Cube, right? Is Cube just a guy who is like solid, can play carries, can carry games, can play weak side, can pretty much do it all. And sure, he isn't going to be like the standout, like those types of top laners that always take over games, but he's someone you can rely on to do well pretty much every single time. And if Xiaoshu can start making that his trajectory, I feel like that is just so valuable in a league like the LPL.
Wei moving in towards the river here. Drake is up on the map, and LGD managed to get that first Drake of the game for themselves. So far, Meteor, with that Herald in pocket, can try and force priority for that next Drake. And I think the Herald would finish off the next 2 plates on that tower, since the second plate is already halfway done. But doesn't look like he wants to go for it for the time being.
I think LGD are very clearly in control of the map so far, and their setups are pretty basic, right? Do what you're doing now. Meteor hovering around Haichao, and you could use that pressure to walk down, enable your bot lane, and try to look for these straight-up 5v5s with the CC that you have. They should feel confident about looking for this. They have their ults online.
The Herald is a little late. The CC chain comes down onto Meteor, who's forced to flash away, but Wei flashes straight after him. Wei might sacrifice his own life to make this happen, though, with a heal through from the rest of his team. Dragon taken by Wei. Herald, in the meantime, is in the mid lane, but can't actually get a charge off Jin Zhao, dodging away from Angel's damage, as here comes Xiaoshu into the backside of the play. No damage to follow up, no damage to finish him off, and the Herald will get the charge.
1 for 1 at the end of the day. Charge comes off for Herald, so a bit of gold going over to LGD's side as well. RNG picking up Dragon. I gotta say, I'm a bit surprised from LGD that Meteor getting picked off so fast. Shows if RNG are the ones pulling the trigger, they can take it. But the state of the game not really changing off this. We're gonna go straight into the replay. I feel like for LGD, Meteor caught a bit off guard. If they're starting to fight, I think LGD come on ahead. He gets engaged on, instantly goes down with Wei being so on point with that flash to finish it off. And then luckily at the end of the day manages to get away because Haichao had already blown his ulti. Theoretically could have flashed Jin and maybe found the kill, but he would have gone down as well. And then Xiaohu walking all the way down from top lane because he had that wave pushed in, guarantees the one for the side of LGD.
Yeah, really nice stuff from Xiaoshu. Honestly, a clear star player for LGD in this game for me. So now RNG trying to retake control of the bottom side of the map, clearing away with those buffed up plants next to the Chemtech Drake. Let's Breathe, trying to pressure in the top side here, or trying to defend his tower, sorry, in the top side. And he does have Wei vaguely nearby. Cyclone on cooldown for the time being, but not for that much longer.
I don't know how much I have confidence in RNG, especially with this comp, with how they aren't able to stack up these advantages. Look at LGD, it's like 4-man Death Squad running towards Ming and Gala. And the biggest adaptation from LGD has just been like how their lanes have been playing around around Wei's pressure, right? The vision they've had, the traps they've set up, and not giving any opportunities over, having much better laning phases this time around. And with RNG not stacking up the advantages, are they the same team?
Oh, Haichao manages to get away. It's Wei trying to force them to play that. Angel does manage to get a very heavy trade onto the enemy mid laner, so a small advantage gained there, but not enough to actually force anything. Breathe again, just trying to defend at the top side. Of the amount of pressure that Xiaoshu is putting onto the RNG top laner is pretty impressive. 10 CS lead for him. Obviously had that kill earlier on as well. but a very, very slow one. And we've talked about this already. LGD, that is their comfort zone. They want every game they play to go pretty much as long as physically possible. They absolutely love a long game. They love the late game team fights. Breathe and Xiaoshu might be going toe-to-toe, but it looks like Xiaoshu gonna back away again.
Coming back in as I'll say it, I almost died.
Yeah.
I almost died. You were covering for us.
I wasn't actually just rambling. I was monologuing while Lyric coughed his lungs up. You okay, buddy?
You know what? Sometimes you just have games and you're wondering, where's the action? Where's the blood? Where's the chaos? And the lungs, they can't handle this. Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
Maybe it's here. Arrow. Just wide. Oh, he hits one. We take those. It's an absolute dub.
Might actually get the side. Okay, so even if he was able to get a seismic shove there, would have ended up doing nothing with the rocks. Timing out in the end, and Rift Herald's now up. So for LGD, you can already see them looking for that one. Might give RNG an opportunity in bot side. I don't really know if you could fight LGD right now, and it feels like angling for a potential dive onto the Jin and trying to take the spotlight turret might be the way to go.
Yeah. I kind of want to revisit win conditions a little bit here, because for the side of LGD, you know, you got a lot of scaling there with a Yone and a Jax. They definitely are going to be able to do a lot in the late game, but is it just like outright 5v5? And how do RNG find themselves advantages of their own?
Yeah, I feel like for LGD, I like their comp a little bit more because they're going to have pressure inside, which you can already see from Xiaoshu.
Uh-oh.
Trying to breathe down.
Breathe could be in trouble here. The all-out comes through, though. Xiaoshu's gone too deep for this one. Oh, they both die! It's a straight-up trade!
It's a trade coming through, and we were praising Xiaoshu for not being one of these top laners. I can see how we saw it, though. I mean, the health disparity was pretty insane. The fact that Cassante can bring that back is wild.
we pad up to the minions, battling it out in the top side where there's just two champion bodies laid there.
But going back, I like what LGD have in terms of side pressure. They have a lot of damage as we go late. I just don't get to talk about the game much. You know what? Let's take a look at why Xiaoshu goes for this. Counter-Strike comes out, a huge bit of damage, even going forward to get more down, but here with the all-out to buy a bit of space, and look at the amount of sustain that's just coming out from this Cassante. Turret damage ramping up, and sadly that's all she wrote for Xiaoshu, hoping he can find that 1v1 uncontested.
Yeah, Xiaoshu, unfortunately, losing a bit of an advantage there as Breathe grabs himself a whole bunch of gold. And now Jack Show and Doran's in pocket. He's going to be real tough to take out in the top side. RNG posturing around the Drake right now. Meteor in the wings, though. Definitely feels like he should be able to help his team contest as Haichao threatening the bot lane tier 1 tower, but Breathe moves over just to deal with that one and gives LGD priority.
For RNG, you got to be able to kite out the initial engage from LGD, right? Haichao and Meteor, they're going to be the ones to keep our eyes out on. But if RNG can kite that out, Talia and Varus will be able to put out much more consistent DPS than LGD are able to offer. So, can Angel and Gala not only survive, but get into a situation where they can put off damage safely?
That'll be the question. 6k on the Dragon as LGD. Uncontested for the time being. Weaver's wall comes on through and splits the team up a little bit here. They go into the pit and get the Dragon anyway. Way in trouble. Cyclone knocking Meteor up, who flashes out to safety, taken down anyway as the Varus grabs a kill. Xiaoshu pulled over the wall by Breathe, but the support wasn't there from his team.
So LGD pick up Drake, only one goes over. I feel like as LGD, you're pretty happy with that, assuming that RNG shouldn't really be able to turn this into too much. Might get some damage onto mid lane turret, but with LPC wrapping around, I don't even think that one should go down. And hell, they get a turret of their own. So overall, even though it looked like it was in favor of RNG, definitely feels like LGD the ones walking away the winner. And it looks so bad for LGD at first in my mind, where it's like, okay, Weaver's Wall comes out, they're just angling for the Drake, but Meteor and Haichao get over, Meteor winning out with the smite fight. And then, since Yone has to snap back, Meteor separated, Haichao theoretically, Xiaoshu would want to come in on a flank. Like this composition, it's about the coordinated jump in onto the enemy backline.
Yeah.
They weren't able to do that, so that's where I thought RNG might be able to get a little bit more, but not having the chase potential with Wei being so low, with both Ming and Gala's ultis already expended.
And I think at the end there, Breathe was actually trying to use the all-out to just bring the player into his team, right?
Yeah.
Just the player managing to move just enough that it was the wrong angle saves his life. So really, really nicely done there by LGD. And like you say, absolutely coming out of the play as the winners of that one. And we don't have those massive lane leads that we had in the previous one. Honestly, right now, the shining light is Gala. Look at Gala's inventory. He is strong. He is going to be difficult to deal with. And obviously going for the on-hit version as well, not going for that lethality. So has that late game power to bring to the table.
Exactly, and that's why we said for RNG, a lot of what this will come down to is like, can LGD find that initial engage? Can like Haichao get a huge ultimate with Xiaoshu coming in on a flank onto Gala and Angel? Or can they flash it out, kite it out, and get those fights where they are meaningful? So LGD trying to take flashes from RNG is going to be incredibly important.
Certainly will be. Baron spawning onto the map, though, is LGD this time. I mean, when you think back to game number 1, it was Breathe on the Fiora. This time, it's Xiaoshu on that Jax. A similar amount of split push threat that's being brought to the table. Just this time, it's in favor of LGD and the Cassante for Breathe. Not going to be able to have that same level of pressure in the side lane. So LGD very much in control of this Baron area, and I'm liking what we're seeing, right? We asked LGD to be more proactive, to have a bit of more wherewithal around the map, you know? And we're definitely seeing that in game 2.
We are. I mean, yeah, and a lot of it's been centered around the pressure that this Jax is putting up. Pretty much everything has been around that. But the other members of LGD, I think, have done a nice job of like moving together as a unit into objectives and not giving space for RNG's potential pick comp with an Ashe and Talia, like a lot of long-range tools to play with, to be able to catch them off guard and find avenues into the game.
Wei is just chilling in this brush right here.
He hit him once much.
Gets a Q. Not bad, not bad. How has he not been hit back at this point? This Meteor just stood in the brush as well. Up towards LPC. And in the meantime, the rest of the gang going straight onto Jin Zhao. A nice pickup for RNG.
They find one. Maybe not even the one they were expecting. I don't know if that ult was angled for Meteor or not, but they do end up getting a kill. A lot blown for it, though. 4 ultis ultimately used, and even Wei having to give over his flash, to where for Jin Zhao, you didn't even lose a summoner yourself, so it is a nice kill. It's a bit of gold, but it's about, can RNG turn it into anything? No, and now we're just in a situation where Wei doesn't have flash in the next fight. So I actually wonder if committing so heavily for something like that maybe even just ends up biting them, you know, within the next minute, where we're going to have a dragon that we need to fight for.
Yeah. I mean, Gala trying to find a place separate to the rest of the team there as well, right? He's individually trying to 1v1 LPC, while the rest of the team go for that pick on Jin Zhao. I think Gala's ultimate at least will be available, but for Wei and Angel, I'm not sure if that'll be the same story. Oh, wow.
Oh, yep. Yeah, that was...
Pixels.
I feel like that was definitely intended for Meteor, and yeah. I mean, again, great they got it, but a lot of ultis and a flash used.
I mean, the question comes up at that point, like, if the arrow actually hits Meteor, do they have the damage to get a pick there? Because, like I said before, Gala was not with the team. He was not trying to get onto Meteor. I don't know if they would have had the follow-up.
They might have. Angel definitely getting big right now. And again, ever since like the pseudo rework on Talia, she's definitely more of like a scaling damage source, especially with that huge boulder that you're able to chunk out. But Dragon coming online now. LGD not even looking at it. They're actually trying to like bring RNG in to the potential of a Baron play coming through.
Yeah, it is tough against Ashe though. The Hawk shot makes it so difficult to bait Baron because the amount of vision that you can just accrue for free inside of RNG. As you can see, Haichao trying to pressure in the bottom side, but Meteor has to dash over the wall. Keeps himself safe though, and that's the most important thing.
Both teams just trading looks for now. I like that LGD are still keeping up their 1-3-1. Put pressure in bot lane with Haichao. Try and pull someone down. He has TP even if a fight did break out. Ming, though, does have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, so if a fight can break out fast enough and turn into a quick pick, then that could actually end up biting Haichao playing in that side lane so long. But wave goes in, and it's going to have to be answered.
But now, because the Baron is no longer under threat, RNG start the Dragon off. Meteor nearby on a ward, though, as he's spotted out, and the Drake will be taken 2-for-2 on the Drakes. Meteor stunned, but the flick back doesn't quite land onto him as he flashes forward. But Gala, immediate cleanse on the stun there. Wei's clone buying some time for the rest of the squad. Grenade across the team. It's a lot of long-range abilities, but no follow-up whatsoever.
Nothing. able to come from it. Looking at the summoners that were utilized, Meteor, no flash. Gala and Ming both using like one cleanse and one flash coming out from them. So a bit of an even trade. And my God, like if there's a game that has fit the pace of LGD and in what they've gone for the split, it has been this one, which could be a bad omen. Because, you know, to give context to the universe, that me and you were talking beforehand, and I'm like, you know, Munch, you always get 4 game days. He always gets 4 game days, people.
Pretty much every day this split, I've had 4 games.
If Munch is casting, you can expect a quick day of LPL. So I joked with him, like, yeah, let's go, quick day. And I think that might have ruined it.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, you may have ruined everything, Lyric, because it's looking like LGD.
I might have helped LGD, though.
You may well have helped you. And honestly, I guess it was the help LGD needed, because this is a team that they've got a reasonable amount of talent on this roster. Like Xiaoshu, an exciting player. Meteor, like, he used to be such a great jungler. Back in 2020, I remember being, like, excited to see Meteor play, but feels like it's been a kind of slow decline from him over the last couple of years.
In 2019, he might have been, like, the most exciting player to come up in the LPL. That's hard, though. A lot of exciting players actually debuted in 2019, like 369 as well. So, but Meteor going with BLG to a top 4 team in that year. And then, yeah, 2020 tries to recreate the success. Wasn't exactly there, and then things really just falling apart towards the end of that year. I remember him and Fofo specifically really having no synergy whatsoever.
Yeah, I know. None whatsoever, unfortunately. That's a long time ago, though. As Xiaoshu gonna skip away, keep himself alive. 200 gold bounty in the mid lane to Haichao, who is currently 0-0-0.
But he's
Drake's
massive.
going to be started off. He's spotted out by a Hawk shot.
2-item spike for Haichao. World Shield Bone, IE already picked up.
Corralling LGD in the Baron Pit here. But they're just going to keep on DPSing it for the time being. Way over the wall. Wants to try and find a steal. It's reset, though, back up to 4K. Okay. LGD decide it's time to peel away.
RNG doing enough, but I'm still scared because we've seen, again, that LGD have really been the ones, like, controlling the map in the sense that they're pushing out sides, they're the ones moving around. RNG are a lot of times having to react to what they're doing. Even the Dragon, which RNG got, let's remember that LGD elected to try to go up towards that top side, like bluff a Baron at first to prevent the Dragon take from coming through. So a lot of it is coming down to that. We now have 3 items on Gala, having finally finished off his wit's end.
Yeah.
They're hoping for a front-to-back team fight. They're hoping that they can kind out the Yone ultimate and that Meteor's Glacial Prison can't find any value. Then you can try to just run the members of LGD down with the higher DPS that you're bringing. But again, LGD, they just have a lot of ways to instantly start up a fight.
They certainly do. But the positive there for RNG is that Wei is the Wukong. You can just clone to block the ultimate from Meteor. Galo, if he tanks, has that cleanse. So there are ways of playing around some of that long-range engage that's coming out from Meteor. It's just whether or not they can pull it off.
They've done a nice job at dodging out on a lot of LGD's engages. The sad thing is they haven't been able to, like, counter-engage when that is when they could then win, right? A lot of their ults and a lot of their CC blowing right at the start of a fight as well. And we're getting to a point where...
Lyric, it's almost 30 minutes in, there's 8 kills.
Yeah.
What? Did you see game 1? Like, this doesn't even feel like the same team's playing.
No, not at all. RNG just haven't been able... I mean, right, that's why early on in this game I asked, I mean, who are RNG if they don't have that same gold lead? Like, can they do this? Playing out the game when all your lanes are winning, right? Much easier than a neutral game thing. You actually have to actively think and try to work these map states and work through these team fights. That's why one of the big question marks is with losing Chahu, losing that voice that, I don't want to say experience, but it's shown that he knew how to do it as compared to RNG now, relying, I'd assume, much more heavily on Wei than in previous splits. But Wei, in my mind, was the biggest keep for RNG because he was, like, no doubt a top 3 jungler, like, you know, top 3 jungler, and then Wei, obviously, I mean, Ming being like a top 2 support, so two members we're looking at, and LGD goes straight back to the Baron.
They certainly do. 10,000 on the health bar as Ming spots it out. Xiaoshu on the top side of the plate, trying to threaten. So far, the rest of RNG staying as a unit in the river. Angel trying to force Haichao away from the play. And RNG, it costs them a teleport, but they do deny the Baron again.
So they do that, which means now Xiaoshu will be able to put up even more pressure in the side lane since Breathe can't look to answer. He's already going up to top lane to pick up that tier 2. RNG answering with a tier 1 in mid. And look at Wei. Wei actually wants to go take down Xiaoshu. Both teams ignoring Dragon.
Wei is here a little bit early. The rest of the team needs to be there because Xiaoshu will definitely win that 1v1. Breathe is caught in the meantime, so Wei could be in trouble up on the top side of the play. As the knock goes wide from Angel as well, and Xiaoshu just walks away with his life. Didn't even have to flash.
This is where it gets concerning, right? Because I feel like we've seen like some problems come out from both teams in the compositions right now, to where for LGD, they really don't do any damage to Cassante. Like Jax will in a 1v1, but that is it. To where these 4 need to be able to get on Gala and Angel. Specifically, Gala, I think, is the most important target since he will be the most consistent source of damage.
Oh, Angel will do, though, if they can find this pick. It's Ming, in fact. But Breathe blocking the curtain call there. Ming walks away with his life. The Crystal Arrow still available for him. Doesn't have to recall because he's playing Ashe. Doesn't actually need to be in the middle of the scrap. Just needs to be near enough that he can get that utility off. Arrow goes in. Oh, it lands onto 1. Can they find the pick onto the support player there? The rest of the team trying to defend, but he's gone. Flicks back and taken down. Xiaoshu behind enemy lines, but RNG staying strong as a unit here. Breathe protecting his squad. Is Angel chasing the Jax away on the top side of the play? Gala needs to be careful though. If Jax re-engages onto the AD carry, it could be deadly. But Angel is just 1v1ing Xiaoshu at this point. Jumps in with the counter-strike. What is that damage onto Wei? It's not enough is what it is.
That might be the pick that matters. Now 5 members strong, only 3 up for the side of LGD. Gonna start making their way towards the Baron. And they need to be careful because Gala is absolutely huge.
Yeah, these health bars are low though from RNG. Meteor wants to try and threaten, wants to go for steal. Haichao off to the side as LPC arrives. Flash away from the arrow. Coming out from Meteor here. LPC threatening. RNG so low in the pit here. Meteor chunked out to half himself as Wei trying to finish this one off. Baron taken by RNG. LPC trying to escape. Slowed. Can they finish the job though? Cyclone comes on through and the all out as well. And the second Cyclone proc is there. That's the second death for Jin Zhao this fight.
RNG finally found the fight they needed. A lot of that
Oh no, Haichao! He's okay.
Look at the sliver of HPs on as well. Lucky to get away. Kudos to Angel setting up for that pick onto Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu realistically could have 1v1'd him, right? But running away because there's so many members behind, like he doesn't want to opt into that. They're trying to escape. And after all of that, RNG, they pick up a ton of kills. They pick up a Baron. Surprisingly, this hasn't really turned into any sort of gold lead just yet, but that's what you're hoping the Baron does.
And honestly, a bit devastating for LGD because it's felt like they have had some control for quite a while now, but RNG getting that Baron and now getting Soul Point off the back of it as well. It feels like LGD losing their grip of this one, and RNG, when they're in charge, they make things happen.
Oh, and we're already coming to the point where RNG had already won, like killed the Jax and Heimerdinger. Just able to run down Meteor. A lot of zoning coming out from Angel, and then Gala being the presence to make sure they don't come in. LPC split off, not what you want to be as an AD carry. And enough time has passed, because I believe Wei had ulted like not too long ago, like in a previous exchange right before this. Already coming back up and then Breathe with his ulti able to follow through. So now it's about what RNG can do with this Baron and turn this into a real gold lead. Right now only sitting at about 2k up. They need to start pushing this game forward.
Weaver's Wall comes out in the bottom side here. They want to find Xiaoshu, but the ward jump comes out. Flicked back, but no stun there. And there's a stun coming out from the other side. Meteor to find his target. Breathe happy to tank up, though, as he pulls Meteor into the play. Haichao to follow the tank in, but just has to back away immediately. Breathe trying to protect his team and will be able to do so, as he just doesn't seem to take damage, Lyric.
He doesn't take damage. Angel's been doing a great job of like trying to play these angles to zone off the members of LGD, and they're going to be able to use this Baron to just keep sieging these down. Double cannon, so they're going to be able to do a pretty bit of damage. It's going to be very hard for LGD to clear these. LGD's wave clear in general is just honestly pretty garbage. Jin,
yeah,
you know, two other melee soul laners, it just really isn't there.
This is such a heartbreaker for LGD. It was looking so good. They were leaning towards that late game that we were talking about. It's a 4,000 gold lead now, which granted is 34 minutes in. 4K is not exactly that crazy, but a bottom inhib, that is a big enough advantage for RNG to use.
And a lot of that advantage actually being centered on AD carry. I believe Gala was 3K up, assuming I read that right. It was about 14,000 to like 11 point something. So that's why I actually want to praise Angel even a little bit more, because Gala should be the one dealing the most damage in regards to like what item breakpoints he's sitting on, but it really feels like Angel's done such a good job of just like throwing out his abilities consistently and making sure that no one is able to enter. Because even though LGD want to look for that coordinated like jump on, like get flanks, push out sides, how do you do that when Talia's throwing down those rocks, denying those dashes from coming through, and always like the threat of stuns being there?
Yeah. It's difficult to get into these fights. It's difficult to be able to move when you are in these fights. So RNG just so much CC on their squad. And it's going to be a little bit slow here from RNG because they just have so many towers to get through. I mean, that was the tier 1 in the top side. In the mid lane, they're still going to get through the tier 2 as well. But those supers are building up in the bottom side. So we could have a pick here. Angel forced to flash over the wall, but the rest of the squad are here. Jinzhao flashing out just about in time.
Ooh, trying to find the wraparound with Meteor and Xiaoshu. Curtain call opened.
Wei moves in, stuns across the team here. The curtain call is there. Xiaoshu in the midst of everyone with a counter strike. That's good damage. Hai Chao in there as well and finds Ming to stop this fight off. Can they turn it around? RNG managed to get 2 of their own here. 3v3 as the battle continues. Bot lane for top and jungle.
Hai Chao's ultimate was massive and set up for LGD to finally find some crucial picks. Even on the member we highlighted, you want to take down Gala. The problem is it's not only the Gala show, it's like Angel also puts off a huge amount of damage. That's why we're going to see they find those 2 return kills. And look, both sides, like immediately the Varus gets locked down by the Glacial Prison, and then the second Hai Chao gets in here, great ultimate, on to 3 members strong, Ming taken low, and then Gala left right in the middle of the team. Hai Chao and Meteor able to finish that one up. We see on the return, like, Breathe, he's pretty much unkillable. So if he can buy the space for Angel to then put off damage, that's how they find those 2 kills back into the fight.
And props to Xiaoshu as well, who got the 4-man stun with his counter-strike. I think he might have just died again. He's only just respawned, which wasn't he the first one to die in that previous fight? I'm not sure. That's kind of scratching my brain.
There's a lot going on. I got to be real.
Yeah, but either way, the 4-man counter-strike setting up for Hai Chao then to be able to follow through with his own ultimate. Really, really good stuff. 35 seconds though, Lyric, until this Drake spawns. It would be sold for RNG.
RNG right now trying to play Fog of War towards his top side, but with Wei being spotted, LGD know exactly what to expect, so they're actually going to pivot down towards bot. For RNG, retaking vision isn't the worst, since they do have that hawk shot available. So it's kind of fine if they do end up giving this up, but we're going to see if it sets up those angles for LG to play with. They do have super minions to worry about in that bottom lane, though.
They certainly do.
There will be pressure there on LGD's mind in general.
They just used that only scrying orb on the Baron already. So if RNG start that Baron off, there are no tools in LGD's kit to be able to check that vision without just face checking.
And I like this, because they're giving over Soul Point, but we said LGD's comp has no wave clear. So RNG are hoping they can get this Baron and just devastate LGD's base so much that them being on Soul Point as well doesn't matter.
Yeah. So if another Drake spawns, it's going to be dicey on whoever gets that. But that's a big if, because RNG do not want to get to that point. They want to play this slow and steady with the Baron and finish things off. Like you said, Super's still in that bottom side. 40 seconds until that inhib respawns, though, as RNG trying to finish these tier 2s. There goes the one in the top lane. There's one still up in the mid lane as well.
Full build for Gala. Guardian Angel in pocket. He's massive. Angel only needing 1 more item to be on his full build as well. We're starting to see some of these key item discrepancies come on through. And now not going to be able to split push with that Jax because you have to worry about the Baron push coming on in from RNG.
That arrow so close to hitting onto LPC there. That would have been a huge pick to find at the start of a fight. Flanks from both solo laners here from LGD, or at least attempted flanks, but they can't quite get round.
Now they're trying to find it. Xiaoshu trying to find another huge stun to set up for an engage from Yone, who now does have that death stance. He even has the stopwatch to try to buy some more time for himself. So you can see what both teams are angling for. RNG just need to do a good job of letting these two waves just keep pummeling in. The sad thing is they don't have that pressure from the bot inhibitor anymore. That has respawned for LGD.
Yeah, Gala pressuring in the top lane while Breathe pushes that mid wave. And slowly but surely, these minions will whittle away at towers. Minute and a half on that Baron. LPC with a cleanse to keep himself alive. Haichao, I thought he was going to go fully in then, but just backs away again. But RNG protecting this cannon minion. That's the most important thing for them.
Yeah, they're making sure they still get damage off while Breathe just tries to hold Xiaoshu and maybe even pull another member to the mid lane. Aren't both sides are such tanky forces to take down. It's why we're not really able to get any of these like full-on committal scraps that lead to like a conclusion to the game.
Weaver's wall separates the team here from Angel. Trying to buy space, trying to buy pressure. They do flick Meteor back, get a stun. That's half of his HP gone. This tower getting low now. RNG still 50 seconds on that Baron. They have another wave to work with coming shortly. And that might just be enough as Haichao goes in by himself there onto Gala. Some good damage, but it's not really enough. The clone from Wei to block some of the curtain call. As Angel takes a hit himself. Breathe protecting the squad, but LGD have done enough to buy time. 30 seconds on that Baron buff, and it looks like RNG will back away.
And RNG, I don't know if they did enough with it. Not saying that they still aren't on pace to win the game with the huge gold lead they have, but right, you just traded Soul Point to LGD for your Baron. You were really hoping to break open the base more than this. You actually haven't broken open the base really at all.
They got the 2 tier 2s, and that's it. That's all they got, right? So.
And in that time, like, the inhibitor responded on the bot side. Had that inhibitor stayed up, that pressure could have been enough to pull another member of LGD, and then RNG broken open the base, but yeah, sadly, I think they were definitely hoping for more in that situation. And it's bot time for Haichao now to get his own Guardian Angel.
Oh, but this could be a massive pick. Xiaoshu, after having such an incredible game today here in Game 2, caught out in the bottom lane. That is a full minute death timer coming out for him. There's a TP from Haichao just to try and defend in the mid lane, but wasn't even a wave there. Perhaps looking for a pick.
So RNG, they get it hit bot. They're going to keep Breathe in that mid lane for now, for when a wave comes so they can pivot back, break that one down, try and break open inhibitor. And then maybe, I mean, I don't know. It would depend on like if Chains of Corruption or something can find a key target, but that could even turn into a game end, or even just let Breathe to take top turret.
I mean, they've still got 30 seconds until Xiaoshu is back onto the map. Like you say, Breathe, happy to tank this one up. Gala finishes the tower. This will be a triple inhib for RNG. I remember seeing a statistic a couple of years ago. Obviously, it's not competitive, but in games where 3 inhibs are taken, I think there's like a 1% comeback rate in that situation. Like 1 out of every 100 games where the losing team has any chance at all.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised hearing that. And in this situation, it feels like it only sets up so well for RNG to be able to get this Drake. It's coming up in 30 seconds. There's going to be so many minions barreling in, but Ming!
Oh, Wei saves Gala's life. What a flash there from the jungler of RNG. And Xiaoshu, caught once again, has a stopwatch to keep himself alive, but he's in the middle of everyone, knocked up and taken down. Gala with a kill there. As Haichao gets onto the back line, but Gala survives, and that's all that matters for RNG, because Breathe is on the back line. The Weaver's Wall separates LGD as they are picked apart. Haichao back into the fray, desperate to find anything, but it's Gala to take them all. Triple kill for him as Angel finishes the fight. RNG will finally get themselves this 2-0.
Seeing a true team effort in the end. Breathe on the flank, beautiful block by Wei. Angel and Gala putting up the damage, and Ming just being the commander, calling it all. Great to see. Ever since RNG have brought in Angel, things really have just looked so much more cohesive.
Oh yeah, and then you know, at the end of the day, RNG managed to get this win, but I don't think it's as confident of a win as game number 1, right? I think there is still learning points from this series for RNG. They're definitely not at the point where you can just call them a top team, but certainly getting to a point where they are chaining these wins together. They are looking more cohesive, and they do have a clearer game plan. Right? I think that's one of the biggest things, is that it feels like the whole of RNG are on board with what's happening.
And I will say for this game too, even though it doesn't inspire confidence in the way of like dominating a low tier team does, and it's like, okay, like why wasn't it? The one thing it does give me is like, cool, you can see how RNG are still able to like problem solve and troubleshoot in a game. Because
Yeah.
for a while there, you could tell they're like, okay, what do we do? Like how do we move this forward? And sure, it did come down to them finding a fight, but the way they started playing the fights, especially off the back of Angel's abilities and his zone control, was like really cool to see. Like, okay, so RNG still have that aspect to them that the previous did, which is again in middle of a game. How do you like change to the circumstances and the problems that you've been faced? And then this one, RNG, met them decently well.
Yeah, RNG managing to, I think that's a great word, troubleshoot this game, because it didn't feel like their composition necessarily had the same amount of tools that the previous game. Like game number 1, they very clearly had the tools to make things happen. Game number 2, finding it a little bit more difficult to do so. They get the win, and that's what matters. It was a 2-0 for RNG. LGD once again showing some good stuff once it gets to the later portions of the game. Xiaoshu especially, I think, having a pretty great day for himself, but not enough to get that win on the board.
I gotta say as well, like just for the Xiaoshu point, we hit on it in cast a lot, but just again, top lane, and I guess it's just the way top lane's played as well. Overall, typically you are the player that's kind of like left on an island, and you've seen, I feel like top lane is the lane that is most skewed by like jungle or outside help. But a lot of times we have rookies come in and they struggle. And even like the rookies who don't struggle, I think like Wayward's kind of the top end of what he did last year, right? It's not even like Wayward was this super carry for TS, but he had the lane prowess and he had the solo kills.
Yeah.
So it's like you're kind of aiming for that is the ceiling, but that's more of an exception to the rule rather than, again, like people like Invincible struggling early in the day and things like this because of that style that you hit on. In LDL, they're all the shy. So they come in and you realize, oh, wait, this is the LPL.
Yeah, and then it gets tough. And Xiaoshu, I definitely agree, a more stable top player. But has shown today as well that he's willing to try and make the plays. Like you saw him diving, breathing, going 1-for-1 underneath the tower. Like that shows that he does have that the mechanical ability and does want to win the game. Yeah.
So yeah, so hope for LGD. Definitely some hopeful things. When you look at this roster, it isn't like a win now type of roster. It is a, hey, we have some pieces we need to develop. Like they're developing Haichao, LPC, and Xiaoshu. Even Meteor, who's obviously been around for years now, after taking such a long time off, like what could the expectations have been? So in regards to expectation, LGD kind of delivering for me of like what I would want for them. And RNG, I am just more excited now looking at their next matchup because I believe earlier we said it is going to be against TT, and that in my mind is like a really good barometer and test for both squads.
Yeah, definitely. Like TT showing a lot of good stuff earlier on today. Honestly, I feel like maybe TT looked better today than RNG.
Yeah.
I mean, RNG game number 1 looked really good.
Well, and
RNG game number 2 left a lot to be
TT have also
desired.
beaten Weibo, so I think objectively their wins have been more like meaningful.
Substantial. Yeah.
Exactly, but which is why they're higher in the standings. But that one's still a really cool one where RNG's only been ramping up, and you're like, oh my god, who's actually going to win this one? And this could be a thing where these teams are fighting for like 5th, 6th, making their way up towards that even higher tier, the LPL summit.
Yeah, climbing the mountain, if you will,
Exactly.
of the standings in the LPL. We'll see who's going to be able to get that one and who can climb that peak, as you say. But a lot of questions still to be answered. I think especially for RNG, game number 2, like, okay, the Talia, maybe not quite as impactful in the early game as what we saw from the Twisted Fate, but kind of surprisingly so. Like, I feel like Talia kind of fulfills a similar role to Twisted Fate in the mid game where you can find those picks on the side lanes, but perhaps actually it was the lack of carry in the top lane, right? The fact that Breathe couldn't put any pressure on himself, the fact that you were having to deal with the pressure from Xiaoshu instead of putting pressure onto Xiaoshu.
You're now worried about side lanes, and even though they are strong in side lanes, they also, again, have a way to team fight. We were talking about like the all-in, if they can coordinate that, Xiaoshu coming in on the flank. So you had a lot more things to think about and worry about as RNG in that game, to where you pretty much have we want to front to back you. We have a big tank. We have Talia who's going to throw out all this stuff that makes it hard to jump in. And again, we have Varus going the on-hit route, which is about just putting off consistent DPS throughout an extended fight. So it definitely felt like RNG being shoehorned into that made it so where they're like, okay, well, how do we really break this game open?
Yeah, definitely. It definitely stalled things out, made things tough for them. And LGD, kind of a heartbreaking loss for them. Like, they're getting to the point now where they are running out of series to make it to playoffs. They are right down at the bottom of the standings pretty much. And they're going to have to really change tact if they're going to make it to playoffs. As you said, though, this is a developmental team, right? So we're
Yeah.
looking towards summer realistically. So the big things for LGD at this stage, I think, are, you know, coming in with clear game plans, making sure that you're on the same page, and looking towards summer as like the rest of spring now. This is like the training split. This is the montage, and then summer is like the climax of the movie where cool stuff happens.
And it's like one of those things where like, right, you're still going to be trying to win. You're still going to be trying to improve. So maybe in that time you could still make some kind of crazy miracle run. But I definitely think cementing your plan, realizing that I feel like Xiaoshu and Haichao have been the players that you bet on this roster. Like, I think LPC might still be the best of the three, but in this meta where...
Hello there, welcome to post-game interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Angel, the mid laner for RNG. Congratulations on your 2 victory. You are on a 3 winning streak. So how do you feel about this matchup against the LGD? And do you feel that you have found your best performance or best form currently? 欢迎 Angel 选手来到我们赛后采访。恭喜 RNG 今天2比0拿下了比赛的胜利。那么现在队伍已经处于一个3连胜的状态了。Angel 选手会不会觉得好像队伍已经找到了现在一个比较好的状态，或者说是已经在这个版本找到了制胜法宝呢？
首先我觉得是我们主要都非常了解这个版本了，因为这个版本已经打了非常久了。因为我们选手也是，我觉得实力都是非常好的。就我们在理解这个版本的情况下，我觉得这段时间我们表现出来的状态就自然就比较强。
Actually, we have played patch 13.1 for quite a long time, and each member in our team has really deep understanding to the current meta, so that and each member in our team is really strong, that we can take it down and find our own best form spontaneously. Second question, I'm curious about the Twist Fate pick in game number 1. 第二个问题想问一下，第一局的时候为什么会选出一个卡牌这样的选择？看起来好像在最近版本不是特别常见。
这个有点，我觉得，因为我整体来说，我自己是一个玩卡牌玩的比较好的选手，然后我看整体阵容以及对面的英雄池，我觉得当时是可以选出那个英雄的。
Actually, I'm so proficient in Twist Fit, the champion, and according to their draft and the mid laner I played against, I think it's a good choice for us in that game number 1. Final question for you: how do you feel about your own performance? And it is 6 weeks in LPL regular season. What is your next goal, next stage goal for the regular season? And I know that you said you can win all of upcoming matchups. Do you still agree with you about this part? 那么最后一个问题，之前安州选手在中文流也是说到了嘛，可以比较有信心一场都不输拿下整个常规赛。现在我们常规赛已经来到了第6周了，赛程过半之后，觉得 RNG 在下一阶段的目标是什么呢？
我觉得现在还主要让我们季后赛开始的名次更高一些吧，然后我们也要好好研究下个版本。
Actually, we're trying to getting better result of standings so that we can get a higher positions in playoffs. And now we are trying to practice and exploring next coming meta. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢 Angel 来到赛后采访。Back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Christina. Really great to hear from Angel there and saying, like, you know, they are not worried about just being good as a team now. They feel like confident that by the time playoffs comes around, they'll be a good team. But now exploring how else they could play the game, discovering the new meta, as he worded it. Like, very, very cool way to think about the regular split, really.
Yeah, and we were highlighting his champion pool being something that could do that earlier. But looking forward, you know, Angel, solid performance. But Ming, picking up MVP. You always love it when supports pick up MVPs because they really almost never do. It also feels like a role that is very hard to pick up MVP, especially more so in this meta in my mind, where like you aren't going to be able to make as many flashy plays on.
If you're playing Heimerdinger, you ain't getting an MVP.
you know what I mean? Yeah, like maybe you get an MVP if you're playing like a Pike. I think would be an obvious one, but like then like Alistars and Nautilus, you have like these crazy sick engages, and yeah, you know you could do crazy sick engages on Ashe, but they all look the same and. Yeah,
it's just, do you hit all of your ults? Because
Exactly.
if you do, you get the MVP. Meg managed to do that and setting up a lot of these plays for the team. Like the reason that they managed to play around Baron so well, for example, came down to Ming having that Hawk Shot.
And Ming, in my mind, for the past like year, at least maybe even 2, best support in LPL in my mind has just been so great. Has also had some like down moments. That feels like all of our supports. So between Ming, Mako, Crisp, you know, like the elite 3 that we've had over these few years is that they all have like slower moments, but Ming, I think, really has done the best at keeping that form up like over the most consistent period of time. Yeah.
I mean, it's basically impossible to always be the very best, but Ming does a damn good job of trying. As the final team fight, obviously, very one-sided as RNG managed to pull LGD out of the base. With all that said, that's going to be our show for today. Let's first off look at our results from today, because as you said, Lyric, I was casting, therefore it was a 4-0 day by the end of it, as we had 2 2-0s earlier on today, NIP going down 2-0, and then obviously we just witnessed RNG managed to get themselves 2-0 as well, so hopefully we can look at those results on our screen as TT and RNG making waves.
And I'm super happy, especially again for TT, able to keep it up, ride the wave and the momentum of their last year. It is a bit disappointing for NIP and LGD because there are still exciting parts on both these rosters. I know usually you just hear casters say that because we kind of have to be nice to everyone, but I actually believe both these teams have exciting parts on their rosters and I really want to see like develop in the future. RNG, just good to see them coming back into form because it always feels weird when RNG aren't a team in contention. Like, think back to 2020 when RNG were this kind of mid-tier scrub team. It felt weird, Bunch. I don't want to go back to that.
No.
It was weird.
We need them back towards the top there. I mean, it feels strange to see, like, LNG, TES, EDG, JDG there without RNG being a part of that game.
But it's just crazy that, like, our 10th, 11th right now is just, like, 4-4 and 3-3. Like, they're still only... RNG are 10th, and they're 1 win behind a team in 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we have FPX and AL both with 1 win and so many losses does kind of skew the top of the table a little bit. Tomorrow's games, though, we kind of got some bangers coming up, right? OMG versus Ultra Prime. OMG recently getting that win, looking actually pretty good for themselves. Ultra Prime, still quite a lot to prove, I would say. A lot of work to be done there. Weibo versus IG, though. I mean, the Shy versus You Should Know Me.
I'm ready for that.
If you are anywhere else other than watching that series, you're an absolute lunatic. What are you doing?
Yeah.
You need to see that.
And I'm kind of down to continuously see the Shy just continue to beat his like former teammates and former org. And,
yeah.
You know, the Shy storyline of this split has been one of my favorite to follow.
Yeah, the Shy is an absolute beast, and he's having a great split for himself as well. That's going to be it from us. I've been Munch, joined by Lyric. Thank you very much for watching. Make sure you're watching tomorrow, though. IG versus Weibo is going to be insane. That's it from us, though. So we will see you there for that matchup tomorrow. But until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.